Let's go now. Yeah, baby. Yeah, I've been throwing down the whiskey. I ought to get my money back. Someone said it drowns a memory. Oh, but it ain't doing jack. Yeah, I've been sitting up and buzzing, shooting doubles like it's nothing, all but nothing makes you go away. I need something you something stronger than I'm used to. Yeah, I've been pulling out it so hard to feel like nothing's gonna cut it, that's the hard truth. Yeah, I need something you oh, I need something you yeah, I need something you oh, I need something you put them up till they shut them down, yeah. You never ain't out of brand, yeah. Don't matter what time or town, I can't get you gone. Send a bar, yeah, upside down. Just looking for something that does it. I give them all my money, ain't nobody selling nothing you. Something stronger than I'm used to. Yeah, I've been pulling like it's so hard to feel like nothing's gonna cut it, that's the hard truth. Yeah, I need something you oh, I need something you yeah, I need something you oh, I need something you yeah, I've been wasting liquor trying to get you gone. Oh, but I must be doing something wrong, 'cause I've been working hard to fade your memory, baby, but the only thing fading is me. I need something you prove, something stronger than I'm used to. Yeah, I've been pulling out it so hard to feel like nothing's gonna cut it, that's a hard truth. I need something you oh, I need something you I need something you oh, I need something you
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Moeller Field in Fremont, Nebraska. As we get set for a GPAC baseball doubleheader today, the Midland Warriors getting set to take on the Mount Marty Lancers in GPAC baseball action. Good to have you along here for this afternoon's contests. These will be 7- and 9-inning ball games. Game 1 will be a 7-inning contest. Game 2 will be a 9-inning affair. As we will go ahead and take a look at the starting lineups for both teams. Mount Marty 17-12, 3-5 in conference play, coached by Josh Tishero. Leading off and playing right field, number 5, Aiden Chang. Batting second and playing center field, number 19, Will Gardner. Batting third is the designated hitter, number 10, Bodie Waller. Batting fourth and playing second base, number 3, Ryan Bachman. Batting fifth and playing first base is number 60, Kiko Nunez. Batting sixth and doing the catching, number 1, Shugo Kondo. Batting seventh and playing third base, number 13, Ethan Wishon. Batting eighth and playing left field, number 28, Vaughn Deming. Batting ninth and playing shortstop, number 29, Joe Goki. For Mount Marty, it's Chang, Gardner, Waller, Bachman, Nunez, Kondo, Wishon, Deming, and Goki. And on the mound for Mount Marty in Game 1 will be number 14, Jared Miller, a senior right-hander from Mitchell, South Dakota. For the Midland University Warriors, 20-8 on the season, 6-4 in conference play, coached by Shea Bennett. Leading off and playing left field, number 11, Yalix Lopez. Batting second and playing center field, number 14, Jake LaCory. Batting third and playing third base, number 20, Josh Hardiman. Batting fourth and playing first base, number 37, Hayden Crawford. Batting fifth and playing right field, number 3, Devin Gomez. Batting sixth and playing second base is number 5, Alec Villanueva. Batting seventh and playing shortstop, number 34, Connor Peterson. Batting eighth, the designated hitter, number 36, Christopher Ortega. Batting ninth and doing the catching, number 15, Tyler Struck. For the Warriors, it's Lopez, LaCory, Hardiman, Crawford, Gomez, Villanueva, Peterson, Ortega, and Struck. And on the mound for Midland in Game 1 is a junior right-hander from Westminster, Colorado, number 17, Jay Lambert. Our national anthem coming up in just a moment on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back in Moeller Field in Fremont, Midland and Mount Marty getting set for the second day of a doubleheader. Mount Marty won them both yesterday, 5-2 and 10-9. And right now we're going to pause for the national anthem here at Moeller Field. The Star Spangled Banner, the national anthem in Moeller Field in Fremont. First pitch between the Warriors and the Lancers is coming up next on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back in Moeller Field in Fremont as we get set for day 2 of this 4-game series between the Midland Warriors and the Mount Marty Lancers. Rich Ray with you today on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. The Warriors and Lancers played yesterday with Mount Marty winning both games, 5-2 and 10-9. And so the Lancers have run their streak over Midland to 6 straight games victory-wise. Let's go ahead and take a look at the defensive arrangement for Midland here in game number 1. This will be the scheduled 7-inning contest with game 2 scheduled for 9. The only way that would change is if game 1 would happen to go extra innings, then game 2 would be a 7-inning affair. On defense for Midland, in left field is the Alex Lopez. The center fielder is Jake LaCory, and in right field is Devin Gomez. At third base is Josh Hardiman. The shortstop is Connor Peterson. At second base is Alec Villanueva. At first base is Hayden Crawford. Doing the catching is Tyler Strunk. And on the mound, Jay Lambert. 6'1", 190, junior right-hander from Westminster, Colorado is Lambert. 1-2 on the year with a 5.96 ERA, making his 7th appearance, his 7th start. He's worked 25 2/3 innings, giving up 22 hits, 22 runs, 17 earned. He struck out 20, and he has walked 19. And the first 3 batters he'll face today from Mount Marty are Aiden Chang, Will Gardner, and Bodie Waller. Mount Marty going with the dark blue uniforms today and the yellow lettering, gray pants. Midland's got the whites on today with the orange lettering. So we're set for baseball from Moeller Field in Fremont. We hope you enjoy it. As Lambert's in the first pitch, and the first pitch to Chang swung on, hit in the air toward center field, and LaCory comes over and makes the catch for out number 1. 1 pitch and 1 out. First pitch of game 1, 1:02 p.m., and we have a partly sunny sky and 47 degrees, our game time temperature. So that's a good start for Lambert. 1 pitch and 1 out. So that will now bring to the plate the center fielder, number 19, Will Gardner. First pitch. It's down low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to Will Gardner. Gardner batting .359 on the year for the Lancers. 3 home runs, 21 runs batted in. Next pitch is going to miss inside. The count is 2 balls and no strikes. 2-0 to Will Gardner. Lambert's next offering. That hit him inside and hit him on the lower leg. So Gardner hit by a pitch, and that'll give Mount Marty a base runner with 1 out here in the top of the first inning.
Now batting, the designated hitter, number 10, Bodie Waller.
So runner at first, 1 out. Brings up Bodie Waller. Waller, the DH, out of Papillion via Hutchinson Community College in Kansas. Waller's batting .337, 4 homers, 24 runs knocked in. Out of the stretch, Lambert's pitch at the bottom of the zone for a called strike. It's 0-1. Our umpires today, behind the plate for game 1 is Curtis Carlson, and on the bases is Wade Spencer. 1 strike to count here on Bodie Waller. Hit by pitch is how Will Gardner reached base. It's this pitch, I believe, missed. One ball, 1 strike here on Waller. Next pitch on the way. A little bit low. So the count now goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 the count on Bodie Waller, the 3-hole hitter, designated hitter for Mount Marty today. Same format as yesterday. Doubleheader yesterday, doubleheader today. Almost same weather, just a little bit cooler today. The 2-1 on the way. And it's just above the letters for ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. Yesterday, we had temperatures in the low 60s. But today, we're in the upper 40s. 47 our game time temperature. Winds out of the north today, blowing out to right field. The 3-1. Swung on, it fouled back to our left and out of play. So the count full on Bodie Waller at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Busy day for Midland Athletics today. Not only we got baseball going on right now, softball as well, plus flag football taking place. 3-2 the count. Lambert's next pitch. Outside for ball 4. So Lambert battling the strike zone here early. After getting a fly out on the first pitch of the ball game, he hits Will Gardner and now walks Bodie Waller.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 3.
And time will be called as Tyler Struck will go on out and have a word with this pitcher. You're watching Midland Baseball on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday here on this Easter holiday weekend. Other games going on in the conference in GPAC baseball today. Jamestown is playing at Doane. Concordia is at Dort, and Hastings is at Morningside. And with the games that took place yesterday, Midland began the day yesterday tied for second in the league, and all of a sudden, after the 2 losses, they've fallen to 5th. This is Ryan Bachman, the second baseman. First pitch is a breaking ball and misses low and away, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Bachman, a junior from Rapid City, South Dakota via Minnesota State Mankato, hit a homer in Game 1 yesterday. He's hitting .278 on the year, 3 homers, 15 runs batted in. The pitch from Lambert is high, and Jay is all over the place trying to find the zone right now. 2 balls and no strikes to Ryan Bachman. Mount Marty's record now sits at 17-12, 3-5 in the league, and those were 2 big wins for the Lancers yesterday to try to climb within the mix of the conference race. Next pitch from Lambert, and check swing, but going through is Bachman, and we count out 2 balls and a strike. Yeah, Mount Marty jumped from 10th in the league to 8th in the league with the 2 victories yesterday. And being in the top 8 is significant because that's where you want to be in the conference tournament at the end of the year. Next pitch, high and inside. Bachman had to duck out of the way, and Lambert's having trouble finding the zone. It's an empty feeling for a pitcher. You're out there, you're throwing hard, you're trying to use your good stuff, and then when you can't throw strikes, you're trying to adjust, and when the adjustment isn't there, it's just like you're fighting it the entire time. Here's the 3-1. Yeah, it's down low for ball 4. So that's the second consecutive walk given up by Jay Lambert. And that's going to load up the bases for the Lancers with 1 down. So that brings up first baseman number 60, Kiko Nunez. Junior from Dickinson, Texas. He homered in Game 2 yesterday. And Nunez is an interesting player to try to defend. The Warriors have to play him straight up right now with the bases loaded. Here's the pitch. That's high and outside, and Lambert is really battling it. And that's going to bring Shea Bennett out of the dugout here. And this is a good move by Coach Bennett because he can tell right now Jake just can't find the strike zone. But back to the point about Kiko Nunez, is that a big guy. He's listed on the roster 6'2", 265, and he's got the ability to hit the ball on top of the industrial building out behind right field. But also, we've seen him try to bunt, and he was doing so yesterday because with nobody on, Midland put a heavy shift onto the right side where they had 3 infielders over on the right side of second base, and Connor Peterson, who was at shortstop, was playing at a deep short. So Nunez, being the intelligent batter that we would expect someone to be, was just trying to go the easy way and lay down bunts where nobody was. And one time, actually, yesterday, he laid down a sacrifice bunt. So he can hit the long ball, and also he's can do what's asked upon him by his coach to move base runners along. So after the meeting to the mound by Coach Bennett, we'll see if this settles in. Jay Lambert here. The count is 1 ball and no strikes on Kiko Nunez. Lambert works out of the windup in the pitch, and that's high for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes to Kiko Nunez with Shugo Kondo to bat next. The wind and the 2-0. Swung on and fouled back to the left side. It's now 2 balls and 1 strike. Lambert coming into today 1-2, 5.96 ERA. And when you look at the strikeout to walk ratio, 20 strikeouts, 19 walks, so just about 50-50. Here's a pitch in the outside corner for a strike. And so the count evens up here on Nunez. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 1 down. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It's down low for a ball. So the count full, and Lambert's in danger of walking the 3rd consecutive batter he's faced. Lambert looks into struck. The wind and the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 3. It's a big strikeout for Jay Lambert right there, confidence-wise, and also to keep it a scoreless contest. So that's the first strikeout for Jay Lambert, and there are 2 down here in the first. That'll bring up the catcher, number 1, Shugo Kondo. Kondo from Tokai Kofu, Japan, via Tacoma Community College. Played a versatile role in the doubleheader yesterday for Mount Marty. He caught in Game 1 like he's doing here today, and played right field in Game 2. The pitch from Lambert is down low for a ball. And he made a game-saving catch on the game's final play in Game 2. Midland had 2 runners on, down by a run, and Tyler Struck hit a ball into the right center field gap. The 1-0 is going to be bounced back up the middle. Peterson is going to be able to field it, takes it to the bag, and that will end the inning. But to finish the point, Kondo made a diving grab in the center field gap to save the game for the Lancers yesterday. Here he grounds out to Connor Peterson, who forces out Ryan Bachman, 6 unassisted for the final out of the inning. In the inning for Mount Marty, no runs on no hits. There were no errors and 3 runners left on base. We played a half inning, no score. The Warriors will bat when we return on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Half inning, no score from Moeller Field. Jay Lambert really battled with control, but he got a nice calming conversation from head coach Shea Bennett, which settled him in as he struck out Kiko Nunez and got Shugo Kondo to head into an inning-ending fielder's choice to get out of the inning. So we go to the bottom of the first, and the first three batters for Midland will be Alex Lopez, Jake LaCory, and Josh Hardiman. Defensively for the Lancers this afternoon, in left field is Vaughn Deming. In center field, Will Gardner. And in right field is Aiden Chang. At third base is Ethan Wishawn. The shortstop is Joe Goki. At second base is Ryan Bachman. Kiko Nunez is playing first. Shugo Kondo is doing the catching. And on the mound is Jared Miller, 6 foot, 185-pound senior right-hander out of Mitchell, South Dakota. So Miller will be called upon to try to quiet the Midland Bats here in game number 1. Miller comes in 1-2 on the year with a 4.76 ERA, making his 8th appearance and his 6th start. He's worked 28 1/3 innings, given up 25 hits, 16 runs, 15 earned. He has struck out 38 and he has walked 16. So it is Miller who is on the mound for Mount Marty. And we'll see if he can keep the ball down. The reason why is because, checking his statistics, he's given up 3 home runs on the year. And Midland in this ballpark likes to swing for the fences. And in a day like today when the wind is blowing out toward right field, like it's a right-handed pitcher, if you're a right-handed batter and you get something on the outer half and get it elevated, you've got a chance to make some noise. So Alex Lopez will lead things off for Midland. The senior from Arecibo, Puerto Rico, steps in, wearing that those orange arm sleeves. First pitch for Miller, and it's taken for a called strike. 0-1 to Lopez. Lopez got the orange arm sleeve and also the orange bat. Batting .326, 4 home runs, 22 runs batted in. No balls and 1 strike to Lopez. Next pitch from Miller. At the bottom of the zone, called strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes to Lopez. Well, the thing about a day like yesterday when Midland was in both games, had chances but couldn't get the victory, and then you find yourself sliding down the conference standings a little bit, is that if you can put 2 wins together again today, you're right back where you started. The 0-2. Swung on, hit in the air toward left, taking a couple steps in, reaching up, and making the catch is Vaughn Deming for out number 1. So Lopez went after one up in the zone and flies out to left for the first out of the first inning. They'll bring up the center fielder, number 14, Jake LaCory, senior from San Jose, California, via Mission College. Getting some words from Alex Lopez, the leadoff batter, who relays what he saw from Jared Miller to try to help out LaCory. Jake's batting .262. First pitch, breaking ball in there for a called strike. No balls, 1 strike to LaCory, who has hit 3 long balls this year, and he's got 14 runs batted in. 1 strike on LaCory, 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of the first, no score. Miller winds and delivers. Breaking ball misses a little bit low. The count evens up now at 1 ball and 1 strike to Jake LaCory. I'm looking at everybody in the press box, and I don't see any snacks or munchies. Nobody's delivered yet or gotten in the mood. The 1-1 is high for a ball. It's 2 balls and a strike. It's a little different with Jeff and Riley up here yesterday. We pretty much had a buffet. 2-1 to Jake LaCory. Did they share? No, of course not. Miller winds. Here's the 2-1. Breaking ball, good one. Ooh, just missed. Didn't miss by much. And that brings oohs and ahs from the Mount Marty faithful. That might be one if you ask Curtis Carlson, he'll tell you, yep, I missed one. That had late break to it. 3 balls and a strike here to LaCory. Next pitch. High and inside, ball 4. So LaCory draws a walk. It brings up an interesting point, too, is that we saw Jay Lambert really fighting the zone early. And Miller, we've only seen 2 at-bats, so can't really judge it as of yet. But sometimes for the umpire, when you see pitches being missed in and up and out and down, as an umpire, sometimes you're trying to get into a rhythm, too. And maybe that 2-1 pitch that missed had Curtis Carlson out of a rhythm. Here's Josh Hardiman, the third baseman. Runner goes. Pitch is going to be low, and that'll be an easy stolen base. Yeah, ball actually bounced away from Kondo as well. So stolen base for Jake LaCory, as he was off and going with the pitch. And LaCory in scoring position for the Warriors. LaCory now 8 for 9 on stolen base attempts this year. 1 ball and no strikes to Josh Hardiman, the third baseman. He homered yesterday in Game 1. The 1-0. He swings and pops this one into the air. Shallow right. Bachman goes out and will make an over-the-shoulder grab right in front of the right fielder for out number 2. It's one of those as an outfielder, you keep going until you hear the outfielder call you off, and apparently Bachman did not hear anything from Aiden Chang, so he had to just keep floating before he was able to get leather on it and haul it in. So there are 2 down, and brings up first baseman number 37, Hayden Crawford. He had quite a day yesterday. Specifically in Game 2, Crawford hit 2 home runs, and it almost single-handedly brought the Warriors back from a 4-run deficit. So Crawford will step in with a runner at second base and 2 outs. Miller a deep breath, and now the first pitch to Crawford. Swung on and hit in the air to shallow center. Coming in from left is going to be Deming. He'll take charge and makes the catch for the final out of the inning. So Miller gives up a 1-out walk but gets through it. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 runner left. We played 1 inning, and there's no score at Moeller Field. We're back for the second when we return on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. One inning complete from Moeller Field in Fremont. We go to the top of the second. No score in Game 1 of our doubleheader today. The Midland Warriors and the Mount Marty Lancers. So it'll be the 7, 8, 9 batters for Mount Marty. Ethan Wishon, Vaughn Deming, and Joe Goki against Jay Lambert. Lambert battled with control in that first inning. He gave up a 1-out hit batsman, walked 2 consecutive batters, but got a strikeout and an Indian fielder's choice to keep it a scoreless contest. Here's Ethan Wishon, senior from Yankton, South Dakota, via South Dakota State. The wind by Lambert in the first pitch is high for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to Wishon. Next pitch will be a called strike. Count evens, 1-1 on Wishon, a .352 batter. No homers this year, but he's knocked in 19. Next pitch a strike as Lambert works with a quick pace. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The wind and the 1-2. Down in the dirt and bounces away. Counting out 2 balls and 2 strikes on Ethan Wishon. Vaughn Deming awaits next. Lambert's 2-2. Called strike 3 at the knees for out number 1. So Wishon got caught looking at one that was knee high, and it's a second strikeout for Jay Lambert. And there's one down here in the top of the second inning. Brings up left fielder Vaughn Deming, the junior from Santa Clara, Utah, via Utah State Eastern Community College. First pitch from Lambert. Swung on and hit in the air to the right side. That will slice out of play. So the count on Deming is no balls and 1 strike. Deming batting .212. He's hit 3 home runs on the season, and he's knocked in 26. His 26 runs batted in leads the team in that category. Here's the 0-1. Swung on and a little bouncer right back up the mound, and that caught Lambert, and he's going to trickle out between the pitcher's mound and second base, and that'll be a base hit, and time will be called here. And Lambert trying to flex that left leg and that knee. And it was a one-hopper that came right back at him, and it might have bounced right off the kneecap. So Deming is aboard on the 1-out single, and the trainer will come on out and take a look here at Jay Lambert to make sure he's okay. We saw a couple of vicious one-hoppers back to the mound yesterday. Christopher Ortega had a smash off of Noah McCandless yesterday, but McCandless was able to recover. And then, I can't recall it right now, but one of the Midland pitchers had a one-hopper come right back to him with some veracity to it. And they're going to allow Lambert to throw a couple warm-ups here to make sure all the knees and joints and everything is in place. That first pitch looked pretty good, so looks like he might be good to go. He'll take a second one here. Yep, Jay looks all right. As a pitcher, I can tell you from experience, more time than not, that's more of a flight or fright, flight or
Now batting shortstop, number 29, Joe Goki.
It's an adrenaline rush. I was trying to use the phrase, and of course, the brain's not working yet this morning. Joe Goki at the plate. Pitch at the bottom of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. One strike on Joe Goki, the shortstop. Vaughn Deming is over at first after the infield single. The 0-1. A little bit high. We count out 1 ball and 1 strike. Flight or fright? That's where I was trying to go with that. It's been a while since the first aid class in college. The 1-1. Swung on and hit in the air toward right field. Gomez, a couple steps in, and he'll reach up and make the catch for out number 2. So Goki flies out to right, and there are 2 down here in the top of the second inning. Back to the top of the order now for the Lancers, and right fielder Aiden Chang. Chang began the ball game by flying out to center field in the first pitch that he saw from Jay Lambert. Outfield will shift just a hair to the right. Gomez way off the line, though, over almost in right center, so Midland anticipating the ball to head on out to right center near the scoreboard. That's the way the wind's blowing today. The pitch to Chang is on the outside corner for a strike. No balls and 1 strike to Aiden Chang. If you didn't catch it yesterday, the dimensions, they are not listed at Moeller Field, but I can tell you it's 320 down the right field line, 340 to the right center field gap, and 380 to straightaway center field. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball, swung on, and a grounder to third. Hardiman's got it, takes his time, tosses over to first, and that will retire the side. So Chang grounds out, and a much better-looking inning for Jay Lambert in inning 2, as he gives up just 1 hit and strands a base runner. Through an inning and a half, still no score on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Much better looking inning for Jay Lambert in inning 2 as he gave up an infield single on a comebacker, but able to strand the base runner. So we go to the bottom of the second, still no score, and the Warriors will have their 5, 6, and 7 batters. Devin Gomez, Alec Villanueva, and Connor Peterson coming to the plate against Jared Miller. Miller gave up a one-out walk and a stolen base in the first inning. So here's Gomez. Had a good day yesterday at the plate, batting predominantly out of the 9 hole, and he moves up to the 5 spot today. This pitch is down and away. 1 ball and no strikes for Gomez, junior from Thornton, Colorado. Gomez now batting .354 on the season. 1 home run, 20 runs batted in. He swings to this pitch and fouls it off at home plate. The count evens on Gomez, 1 ball and 1 strike. It's the great thing about baseball is that you can have a really bad day or throw a bad pitch, and the opportunity is right there again. Just turn right back around and get after the next one. And the Warriors trying to do just that after dropping 2 yesterday. This pitch misses. It's now 2 balls and a strike. 2-1 to Devin Gomez, the right fielder. Miller winds. Here's the 2-1. Gomez hits a bouncer, foul up the first base side. So the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jamestown playing at Doane today. Doane's still unbeaten in conference play at 8-0. Concordia is at Dort. And Hastings at Morningside. Those are all doubleheaders today. And everybody off for Easter tomorrow. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Gomez. Next pitch. Outside. Full count, 3-2. I thought with Mindy and controlling the press box today, Lorenzo, we were going to get Mama Kelsey's chocolate chip cookies up in the press box today. It just didn't happen. She's been a busy woman today. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Next pitch. Breaking ball just missed. Tried to sneak it in left side, but a little bit high. And that's a leadoff walk for Gomez. Second walk given up by Jared Miller. And that'll bring to the plate second baseman, number 5, Alec Villanueva. Alex batting .351, 3 home runs. He's knocked in 15. Gomez down at first base is really not a threat to steal. I mean, he looks like he could swipe a bag, but really hasn't attempted very much this year. He's 1 for 1 on stolen base attempts. Now, Villanueva's a different story. If Villanueva will get on base and has an opportunity, he's 11 for 11 on stolen base attempts. Miller out of the stretch. The pitch. Villanueva shows bunt and takes a pitch high for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes to Alec Villanueva. Usually you see in the first game of a doubleheader, games work with good pace. That's because everybody's on top. Ooh, quick pitch, and it's going to be bunted. And it's going to be picked up in fair territory to throw on out to second in time. Bang, bang play. Boy, that ball rolled right up the chalk and had some nasty spin on it that it spun back toward fair territory. And Wishon had to make a play on it, picked it up and threw on out to second, and was able to get Gomez sliding in at second by a whisker.
Peterson.
So Gomez is retired 5-4 for out number 1. 1 down with the runner at first, brings up the shortstop Connor Peterson. Peterson's batting .287, 2 home runs, and 14 runs batted in. So I mentioned before, Villanueva, if he gets on, he's a threat to steal. Let's see if he might try to take off here early in the count. Stretch by Miller in the pitch. Peterson swings and hits this ball in the air to center field. Hit pretty well. Floating back and reaching up and making the catch is going to be Gardner. Villanueva went halfway to second. He's got to retreat back to first. So Peterson gave it a ride, but was out on the end of the bat with it, and he is the second out of the inning.
Now batting, the designated hitter.
2 down now for the designated hitter, number 36, Chris Ortega. Chris is a junior out of Fresno, California. Ortega was in the cleanup spot yesterday, and he slides down to the 8 hole for today's game 1 of the 2. Ortega's batting .261. Throw over to first. Villanueva back to the bag. Villanueva, 2 home runs, 4 runs batted in. Here's the stretch and the pitch. Ortega takes a breaking ball inside, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to Chris Ortega. Tyler Struck will be next. Shea Bennett with the signs down beyond third base. Light lead by Villanueva. Increases that lead now. Now throw back over, and he dives back into the bag. 1 ball and no strikes on Chris Ortega. 2 down, bottom of the second, no score. Miller now getting set. The pitch. Ortega swings and pops it foul to our right, out of play. The count evens. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Chris Ortega. Midland 20-8, 6-4 in the league. Mount Marty 17-12, 3-5 in conference play. 1-1. Ortega takes a breaking ball that just missed. And Miller, again, has that look on his face with the shrugged shoulders like, where was it? It's usually the look that your teenager gives you when you ask him to take out the trash. It's the same look Miller just gave Curtis Carlson. Next pitch. Inside for a ball. It's 3-1. There's nothing wrong, Lorenzo, with taking out the trash. It's okay. 3-1 to Chris Ortega. Miller's next pitch. Ortega swings and hits this one high in the air out by shortstop. Goki will make the catch, and that's going to retire the side. So that'll do it for the Warriors in the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 runner left. We played 2, still scoreless on MidlandAthletics.com and BSD and Live. Two innings of baseball complete at Moeller Field. We go to the top of the third. No score between the Midland Warriors and the Mount Marty Lancers. The Lancers will have their 2, 3, and 4 batters coming to the plate. Will Gardner, Bodie Waller, and Ryan Bachman against Jay Lambert. Lambert in 2 innings has given up just an infield single. It was a solid 1-hopper right back to him. He has walked 2 and hit a batter as well. First pitch just swung on and tapped foul behind home plate. No balls and 1 strike to Will Gardner. Gardner was the player that was hit by a pitch in the first inning, but he got stranded over at third. The 0-1. That one's a little bit low. Count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike to Will Gardner. One on the way. That's a little bit high and outside, and the count now 2 balls and a strike. Two and 1 to Gardner. Next pitch. Swing and a miss at a fastball, elevated, and he comes up empty. The count evens. It's now 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Next pitch. Breaking ball, just missed inside. So the count goes full. 3-2 the count here on Will Gardner. Next pitch. Swung on and grounded towards second. Villanueva to his left has it. He'll toss across to first in time for out number 1. 1 up and 1 down near the top of the third inning, which will bring up the designated hitter, Bodie Waller. Other GPAC baseball going on today has Jamestown playing at Doane. That ball game is in the top of the 6th with Jamestown leading Doane 5-1. Bodie Waller drew a walk his first time. This pitch is high. 1 ball, no strikes to Waller. Other GPAC baseball. Concordia and Dort. Nothing official as far as a start on that as of yet. The 1-0 in there for a called strike. It's now 1-1. Top of the fourth in Sioux City, Hastings and Morningside are scoreless. That's the other baseball GPAC action going on today. Next pitch is high. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. Midland softball hosting Hastings at the Shilkey Complex this afternoon. They're in the bottom of the third of Game 1. Midland leads 3-0. 2-1, swung on and hit to the left side. That one is going to tail down the line, and it's going to be a foul ball. And the count now goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two and 2 the count on Bodie Waller, the designated hitter. Flag football also in action today at Heatham Field, and they've got about 4.5 minutes to go in the third with Ottawa leading Midland 21-7. 2-2. Breaking ball just missed, and Waller's trying to tell Curtis Carlson that it caught him on the arm, but he says no, it didn't. So the count is 3 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out, nobody on, top of the third. The pitch. Swung on and fouled off. So the count stays at 3-2 on Bodie Waller. Lambert a long look into struck, and the pitch. Down low, ball 4. So for the second time today, Bodie Waller draws a walk against Jay Lambert. The third walk given up by the Warrior right-hander. And the Lancers have a base runner with 1 out. So we'll bring up the second baseman, number 3, Ryan Bachman. Bachman drew a walk his first time. Lambert back to the stretch. The pitch. Breaking ball on the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. Now Bachman walked, and then 2 batters later, Shugo Kondo hit into an ending fielder's choice, forcing Bachman out at second base, ending the first. The 0-1. Misses a little bit inside. The count evens. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count on Ryan Bachman. Lambert and Struck trying to get on the same page here. Next pitch, way outside. So the count goes to 2-1 on Bachman. Starting pitching is the key. You want your starters to get off to their right foot. And yesterday, Brandon Krebs struggled for Midland, and Lambert having trouble finding the zone here today. The 2-1. Swung on a smash to Hardiman at third. He's able to glove it, throws back to first, and it's a double play. Hardiman caught that smash shoe top high, and then he fired on over to Crawford, who had to stretch with the base runner trying to come back to the bag. A little bit of contact there, and Waller is doubled off. So Bachman hits into the line-out 5-3 double play, which ends the inning. And that's going to do it for Mount Marty and the third. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left. Bottom of the third we go. Scoreless on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Welcome back to Moeller Field. Rich Ray with you on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. We go to the bottom of the third. Still no score in Game 1 between the Warriors and the Lancers. And Midland will have the 9-1 and 2 batters against Jared Miller, Tyler Struck, Alex Lopez, and Jake LaCorey. Struck, the junior from Orland Park, Illinois, via Murray State College, will step in, batting .275. He's got a homer and 7 runs batted in. Miller's pitch, and Struck swings and misses, strike 1. No balls and 1 strike to Tyler Struck. Struck was at the plate yesterday and hit what looked like was going to be a game-winning double in the right center field gap of Game 2. As this pitch is at the bottom of the zone for strike 2. But Shugo Kondo made a diving catch on the warning track, and when he hit the dirt, he went head over heels and held on to the baseball. And Mount Marty won the ball game, 10-9. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Struck takes it down low. 1-2 the count to the Midland catcher. We'll see if he shares duties again today with Kobe Sandstrom like the two did yesterday between Game 1 and Game 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Miller's pitch. And called strike 3 on the outside corner at the knees for out number 1. Struck leaned out and couldn't pull the trigger. First strike out of the ball game for Jared Miller. And there's 1 down here in the third. So back to the top of the order for the Warriors. Brings up left fielder Alex Lopez. Lopez 0 for 1. He flew out to left field to begin the ball game. Miller's first pitch to Lopez. It's a breaking ball high, ball 1. A little Major League Baseball action going on early this afternoon. And New York, the Brewers are leading the Mets 5-2. That's in the top of the 4th inning. 1 ball and no strikes on Lopez. Next pitch, swung on a miss. It's now 1-1. The only other game going on in the Bigs is in Chicago, where the Tigers lead the White Sox 3-2. That's in the bottom of the 2nd. Everything else coming up this afternoon and tonight. 1-1 the count here on Lopez. The pitch. Fastball low. It's 2-1. Other games have Baltimore hosting the LA Angels. Mindy Wittig will be not focused at 3:05 as the Phillies take on Shea Bennett's Atlanta Braves. You gonna be all right? No, she's shaking her head and rolling her eyes at me. Here's the 2-1. Swung on, hit out towards center field, and it drops in for a base hit. It was in on the hands and had a little tail to it, and Bachman from second came over back behind the bag and was close to making a play on it, but just couldn't quite get there. So it's a 1-out single to center for Lopez, and that'll bring up center fielder Jake LaCorey. LaCorey drew a walk in the first inning and stole second base, but he got stranded. So top of the order on base here in Lopez, the pitch. LaCorey ducks out of the way. It's 1-0. Other MLB games have Cleveland at Oakland. The Twins are in Kansas City taking on the Royals. Pittsburgh is in Miami against the Marlins. And the Blue Jays are in St. Pete taking on Tampa Bay. Here's a pitch swung on a miss and a faint throw down to first. 1 ball and 1 strike. The count on LaCorey. Washington is in Cincinnati playing the Reds. The Cubs are at the Rangers. Yankees are at the Astros. Giants at the Padres. 1 ball, 1 strike. And throw on over to first and the runner back. The other 3 games that are coming up tonight have Colorado at Arizona. Cardinals are at the Dodgers. And then the late game tonight is Boston at Seattle. And that is the Major League Baseball scoreboard for today. This pitch swung on and popped up along the infield right side. Bachman will go on out in shallow right and will make the catch for out number 2. So LaCorey pops up. 2 down here in the bottom of the third. And Josh Hardiman will come to the plate now. Hardiman 0 for 1. He popped up to Bachman at second base back in the first inning. So Lopez still down at first. Lopez 5 for 6 on stolen base attempts this year. Throw to first, and the runner is back. Both teams have one hit. Miller now set. This pitch swung on to Hardiman, tapped it foul. Although it rolled in fair territory, it hit the catcher first. It's the count on Hardiman. No balls and one strike. Field not quite as soft today as what it was yesterday, with the precipitation earlier in the week. Third base area was pretty soft. Looks much better today. One strike the count. The pitch. Hardiman swings, hits a bouncing ball to Wishon at third, and he has trouble picking it up cleanly, but recovers, fires to first, and the throw is offline. Now the throw to third, nobody's there. And coming all the way around will be Lopez on 2 errors on the play. That'll be 2 errors on the play, one on Wishon and another one on Nunez, and the run scores. It's 1-0 Midland. So again, that'll be an error on Wishon on the throw. And then Nunez throwing on over to third base. Throws it down the left field line, allowing Lopez to score. And Midland leads it 1-0. Not many times you see a play where you got 2 errors in one play, and it happened there. So it brings Hayden Crawford to the plate with Midland leading 1-0, bottom of the third. And Miller's pitch. Swing and a miss, strike one. That was really good aggressive base running by the Warriors. Now, Wishon was trying to recover after not fielding it cleanly and fired it over to first, and it was offline. And then Nunez went to throw to third because with Wishon covering, the shortstop, Goki, had to try to get on over to third base to beat Lopez to the bag, and Nunez just threw it, and nobody was home. One strike on Crawford. He takes a breaking ball outside, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. That's one thing that we will see out of Midland, and we've seen it throughout the year, is that Warriors not afraid to be aggressive base runners, trying to stretch singles into doubles and to put pressure on the defense, and Midland did just that, put pressure on the defense to manufacture a run courtesy of 2 errors. 1 ball and 1 strike here on Crawford. Pickoff play out to second, and the ball just got underneath Bachman and rolls out near the outfield grass. But Hardiman is safe at second base. One ball, 1 strike to Hayden Crawford. Miller's ready. The 1-1. That's low and away. The count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike on Crawford. In the doubleheader yesterday, Midland, I think, led 1 for 1 inning. And that was it. They lead here in this one of game 1, 1-0, bottom of the third. 2 balls and a strike to Crawford. The pitch. Breaking ball, missed the outside corner. So the count now 3-1. That's a difficult pitch to hit if you can place it right on the outside corner like that, and Miller's been nibbling at that corner. Sometimes he's caught it, other times like that, it falls just off. Miller's 3-1. Crawford swings and hits this ball in the air toward right center field. Moving over, reaching up, and making the catch out in right field is Aiden Chang for the final out of the inning. So Crawford flies out to right, and that's going to do it for Midland, but the Warriors are able to manufacture a run on 1 hit and 2 errors and 1 runner left on base. We played 3 innings. Midland leads 1-0 on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. We go to the top of the fourth, 1-0 Midland. Kiko Nunez will lead things off against Jay Lambert. First pitch to Nunez. Swings, and he pops this one high in the air on the right side over by the Mount Marty dugout. Struck's going to give chase, and he's going to run out of room. Foul ball. No balls and 1 strike to count. Well, I had a little fun with this yesterday, and we're going to try this again today. A little Major League Baseball trivia for you today, all right? And as the Major League Baseball season officially began on Thursday, you take a look at where some of the seasoned veterans sit as far as records. The 0-1 on the way. It bounces in front. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. And yesterday we learned that the active saves leader in Major League Baseball is Kenley Jansen for the Boston Red Sox. And the active home run leader is Giancarlo Stanton for the New York Yankees. Here's a pitch outside, 2 balls and a strike to Kiko Nunez. And we also learned that the active hits leader in Major League Baseball is Freddie Freeman for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Here's the 2-1. Swung on, foul tipped in the glove of Nunez for strike 2. And the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. So get your thinking cap on and try not to use Google when I ask you the next question. Here's the 2-2. Nunez swings, and he smashes this one into the outfield to left center field. This could be extra bases. It's going to roll all the way to the warning track where it's picked up. And then falling down is LaCorey and lost the baseball. And now Peterson will go to pick it up, and into third base will be Nunez. I think you got to rule that as a triple. LaCorey picked up the baseball, and then he never did throw it, but his footing came out because the warning track outfield here at Moeller Field is treacherous. It's extremely soft, and LaCorey went to plant his foot, and he fell down. So Kiko Nunez will get a triple to left center field to begin the inning. And it brings up the catcher number 1, Shugo Kondo. Kondo hit into an inning-ending fielder's choice in the first inning. There's a pitch that's upstairs for a ball 1-0. So Kiko Nunez triples, and that will be his first triple of the season. Here's the 1-0. It's in there for a strike. It's now 1-1. If LaCorey got up to throw the ball and threw it or bobbled it, I could understand, but he slipped and fell. And it's like a pitcher that, or an infield that just tries to field a bunt and slips and falls. So the count on Kondo, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nunez, light lead at third. Lambert's 1-2. Inside, and that caught Tyler Struck right on the belt. He got no glove on that baseball. That stings because it was a check swing by Kondo, and Struck, I believe, felt that there was going to be some contact there and was not anticipating the baseball end up where it was. And it hit Tyler Struck up above the left thigh near the belt. It's tough enough to catch the baseball with the glove. But when you get no leather on it, boy, that'll shake you up. The count, 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Shugo Kondo. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball outside. It's now 2-2. Ethan Wishon, the third baseman, will be next. Mount Marty threatening to tie this game. 1-0 Midland leads. We're in the top of the 4th inning. 2-2 pitch. Down in the dirt, Struck blocks it and keeps it near. So the count goes full now at 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Shugo Kondo, the catcher. Lambert's got his sign. He's ready. 3-2 pitch. Inside. No, it hit him. It caught him on the left forearm. It was either going to be a walk or a hit by pitch, and Kondo got hit by the pitch. That's the second batter that Lambert has hit by the pitch today. Shea Bennett's going to come out of the dugout, and he is going to talk with Curtis Carlson here. And we're going to have a courtesy runner. Number 6, Evan Bach, will run at first base. So he runs here in the 4th for Shugo Kondo, the catcher. I think the conversation Coach Bennett might be having with Curtis Carlson was sometimes with that pitch in near the right hand, near the inside corner, those batters for both teams will kind of lean out over the plate, and you just want to make sure that Kondo wasn't leaning over the plate, because even if you're hit by the pitch and it's in the strike zone, it can be called a strike. All right, here's Ethan Wishon, the third baseman, 0 for 1. He struck out looking his first time. He shows bunt. The runner from first goes. Struck's going to throw on down to Connor Peterson at short, and it's a stolen base. Stolen base for Evan Bach. And now Mount Marty has runners at second and third with nobody out and a 1-ball, no-strike count on Ethan Wishon. So now the Lancers threatening to tie or take the lead. The 1-0. Swung on and foul back. 1 ball and 1 strike. All right, our trivia question. Each year in Major League Baseball, you take a look at milestones that could be reached. Saves, 3,000 hits, home run leaders, things of that nature. 1-1 here to Wishon. The pitch. Breaking ball swung on and hit to center field. Coming on is LaCorey, and he will make a basket catch. Nunez cannot tag, and the runners have to stay put. A nice job by LaCorey to quickly come in and get to the baseball and get it quickly back into the infield. And Nunez, who is not fleet of foot, was not able to tag up at third base. So Wishon flies on out to center, and there's 1 down here in the 4th. That'll bring up the left fielder, Vaughn Deming. Deming singled his first time. All right. Think about this one. You need to know who is the active pitching wins leader in Major League Baseball. Which Major League Baseball pitcher is the active leader in wins? There's a breaking ball in there for a strike. It's 0-1. No balls and 1 strike to count. Next pitch swung on, and it's a fair ball inside the third base bag. This is going to score 2 runs to give the Lancers the lead. And into second base with a 2 RBI double, Vaughn Deming. Deming's 2 for 2. He comes up with a big hit there, scoring Nunez and Bach. And for the first time today, the Lancers are in front. So 2-1, Mount Marty with the lead. And it'll bring shortstop Joe Goki to the plate. Goki is 0 for 1. He flew out to right field his first time. Stretch by Lambert, and he'll turn and look on that second. All right, who's the active wins leader in Major League Baseball? Nick, you say Justin Verlander?
I do.
Okay. We'll see if Mindy and Lorenzo want to chime in on this at all. Here's the next pitch. Swung on, ground ball, left side through the hole, base hit. Deming will stop at third as the throw comes back in. Third hit of the inning for Mount Marty off of Jay Lambert. And that'll put runners at the corners with 1 down. And now third time around the order for the Lancers is Aiden Chang will come to the plate. Chang is 0 for 2. He's flown out to center and bounced out to third. Mindy, you care to chime in at all? No? Shaking her head. Lorenzo? It's not a soccer question, so no. Here's the stretch by Lambert. Turns, throws on over to first. Quick, close play. But back in the bag is Joe Goki. Nick Schreck, you win the prize today. Justin Verlander is correct. 257 career wins. Here's a stretch by Lambert. And the pitch to Chang. Swung on and smashed down the left field line, but foul as it bounces out of play. 257 wins. Of course, 300 is a stellar mark because it's pretty much an unwritten rule. If you get to 300 wins in your Major League career, you're destined for the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. Verlander's going to end up there anyway, and if we ever see another 300-win Major League Baseball pitcher, that's going to be something because everybody now usually pitches only like 5, 6 innings maybe, tops. But that puts him only 42nd on the list as the most wins by a pitcher. 1 strike here on Chang. Runner from first goes. The pitch swung on a miss. Struck will feint a throw and then hold on to the baseball. So Goki gets a stolen base. The Lancers have runners at second and third. with one out and lead it 2-1 here in the top of the fourth. No balls and 2 strikes on Aiden Chang. Pitch by Lambert. Breaking ball just missed. It's the count 1-2. Midland has pulled the infield in here. Infielders are in by the grass, hoping for a ground ball that they can try to cut off the runner trying to score. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and hit in the air towards center field. LaCorey coming in, and he will make the catch. Runner from third will tag. The throw will come on out by second base, and the Lancers extend the lead, and the score is now 3-1. Sacrifice fly to center field by Aiden Chang. For the second out of the inning, as Vaughn Deming scores. So the Lancers taking advantage of their 3 hits this inning, plating 3 runs. And a runner at second with 2 outs. We'll bring up center fielder Will Gardner. Gardner's 0 for 1. He's been hit by a pitch, and he's grounded out to second. Lambert, a couple looks to second, and now will step off the rubber and disengage as he looks on out to second base. Lambert going back to work. Pitch to Gardner. Swings and pops it in the air left side. That'll be a foul ball out of play. The count, no balls and 1 strike to Will Gardner. Before the ball game, about a half hour before the game, I went over, and as I usually do, I say hi to the umpires. And so I was working my way back on across the concourse here to the ball diamond, the 0-1. Breaking ball in there for a strike. It's 0-2. The sprinkler system was on over by the playground, and I thought that maybe we were going to get a little slip and slide going on here this morning, but it was not the case. No balls and 2 strikes to Will Gardner. The pitch, a little bit high above the hands. The count now 1 ball and 2 strikes to Gardner. Bodie Waller will be next. 3-1, Mount Marty with the lead. We're in the top of the fourth. Lambert's 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball, and it's fouled off at home plate. So the count stays at 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes to Will Gardner. Next pitch by Lambert. Breaking ball, a little bit high. So the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lambert tried to drop that one in, but it just would not come back into the zone. Joe Goki out at second base. The Lancers have a triple, a double, and a single this inning. The 2-2. Swung on and grounded foul. So it stays 2-2. Midland took a lead with a run in the bottom of the third, courtesy of 2 throwing errors. But Mount Marty has stormed back and has used the bats here in the fourth to score 3 runs. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and pulled foul down the right side by the Mount Marty bullpen. It's now 2-2. Justin Verlander, the active wins leader in Major League Baseball, started his career with the Detroit Tigers. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Lambert gets a strikeout to end the inning, but the damage is done. 3 strikeouts now for Lambert, and in the inning for Mount Marty, a total of 3 runs off of 3 hits. There were no errors and 1 runner left on base. Midway through game number 1, Mount Marty leads Midland 3-1 on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back in Moeller Field in Fremont, thanks for being with us on your Saturday afternoon. Rich Ray with you on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. First of two today. Yesterday, Mount Marty took the first two games of this four-game weekend series, 5-2 and 10-9. And the Lancers put together a good top of the fourth to score 3 runs, and they lead the Warriors by a score of 3-1. Devin Gomez will lead things off here against Jared Miller. Here's the first pitch. Gomez takes a fastball at the knees, called strike. Gomez drew a walk his first time and then was forced out when Alec Villanueva hit into a fielder's choice. 1 strike on Gomez. The wind, the 0-1 pitch. That's low and away. And count evens. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike on Devin Gomez. Midland and Mount Marty. Series has been pretty tight if you go back to 1995. Here's the 1-1. Outside, it's now 2-1. And with the 2 wins for Mount Marty yesterday, since 1995, the series now is even, 27-27. 2 balls and a strike to Gomez. Next pitch, swung on and fouled off to our left. Count now 2-2. We've got a completely different press box working crew here today than yesterday. And yesterday, we had 3 foul balls that just about came in the press box. So what I'm saying is don't doze off over there, all right? 2-2 to Gomez. Swung on and pulled to right field, and it drops in for a base hit. And Devin Gomez continues his hot hitting as he singles to lead off the bottom of the 4th for Midland. Leadoff batter aboard for the Warriors. It'll bring up second baseman Alec Villanueva. As I mentioned a moment ago, Villanueva 0 for 1 as he hit into a he reached on a fielder's choice in the second inning. Midland trails 3-1. It's bottom of the 4th. Throw to first base, and that will chase Gomez back to the bag. Gomez, once again, 1 for 1 on stolen base attempts this year. Miller leans over to get his sign and now straightens up. And the pitch. Villanueva takes it high. 1 ball and no strikes to Alec Villanueva, Midland's second baseman. Miller a look on over at Gomez. The 1-0. Villanueva swings and fouls it back. Earlier in the broadcast, I was describing for those that might be viewing this and seeing Moeller Field for the first time, the dimensions of the outfield. 320 to right, 340 to right center, 380 to straightaway center. Left center is also 340. And down the line, it is 275 with the high 25-foot fence. Here's a bouncing ball out towards short, might be 2. Flip to second for 1. The relay to first. In-time double play. Nicely turned by the middle infielders for Mount Marty as it goes from Goki to Bachman to Nunez for the twin killing. So Villanueva hits into the 6-4-3 ground out double play. And they're now 2 down in the inning. That'll bring up shortstop Connor Peterson. Peterson 0 for 1. He flew out to center field his first time. Pitcher's best friend, the ground ball double play. Pitch to Peterson, misses outside for a ball, 1-0. 1 ball and no strikes to Connor Peterson. If he gets aboard, we'll see Chris Ortega next. Miller a long look into Condo, the 1-0. Peterson scoots away from 1 inside. They count now 2 balls and no strikes. It's been a while since we've seen Connor really run into one. 2 homers on the year. Comes the 2-0 pitch. Scoots away from 1 inside again. And Miller falls behind, 3-0. There were a few little aesthetic changes to Moeller Field during the offseason. Here's the 3-0. Peterson takes it for a strike. The orange piping along the top of the fence, along the outfield, and over by the dugouts. And then a little addition to the height of the left center field fence. Here's a pitch that misses inside for a ball. And Peterson is aboard on a walk. That's the third walk given up by Miller. So Midland's got a 2-out base runner. Yeah, that 25-foot fence cuts out to left field, then drops down just a hair. And we're going to see a pinch runner for Connor Peterson. And this looks like it's going to be Jack Sorensen. So Jack Sorensen will run for Connor Peterson here in the fourth inning. Sorensen, the sophomore from Fremont High, is down at first base. Runner first, 2 down. Pitch to Ortega. Breaking ball low. 1 ball and no strikes to Chris. Ortega popped up to shortstop, ending the Warriors' second inning. 3-1 Mount Marty. Lancers have out-hit the Warriors 4-2. The pitch. Ortega takes it high. We count 2 balls and no strikes. So with Sorensen pinch running here, we anticipate that Peterson will re-enter the ball game next half inning. Thrown over to first. We'll chase Sorensen back to the bag. Jax at Fremont High was a multi-sport athlete from baseball, but also played club high school hockey and was really good at it. 2 balls and no strikes. The pitch. Ortega swings and hits this ball high in the air to left. A little bit of carry, but shy of the warning track as Deming will now come on over and make the catch for the final out of the inning, and Ortega just missed it. So that's going to do it for Midland in the fourth. In the inning, there were no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. We played 4, and Mount Marty leads Midland 3-1 on MidlandAthletics.com and BSD and Live. Back in Moeller Field, we go to the top of the fifth. Mount Marty is leading Midland by a score of 3-1, and we see our first relief pitcher of the ball game. The Warriors go to the bullpen, and we'll bring in Michael Crump, the 6'2", 195-pound sophomore left-hander from Elk Grove, California, via Cosumnes River College. Crump pitched yesterday. He pitched in relief of Game 2 and suffered the loss. He worked an inning and a third, giving up 1 hit and an unearned run. And he'll take over on the mound here. So on the season, Crump 1-1, no ERA. This is his 7th appearance. 6 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 3 runs. They've all been unearned. He struck out 6 and he has walked 1. So Michael Crump will take over on the mound, and he'll get the 3, 4, 5 batters. Bodie Waller, Ryan Bachman, and Kiko Nunez here in the top of the 5th inning. 3-1 the score, so Crump's job is to keep it a 2-run contest. First pitch on the way. And a wave and a miss from Waller. No balls and a strike. Crump got a tough luck loss yesterday because he pitched well. He only gave up a hit. But a ground ball to Connor Peterson that went right underneath of his glove ended up giving the Lancers a base runner. There's a pitch that's in there for a strike. It's 0-2. And then after a stolen base, a base hit was able to score that run, which was unearned. And Crump gets tagged with the loss, as the Warriors could not bounce back. No balls, 2 strikes, the pitch. That bounced in front of the plate. And the count now 1-2 to Bodie Waller. So Crump bouncing back from yesterday, pitching here today. Makes me also wonder if we're going to see Danny Mosera for Mount Marty at all today. Mosera pitched in both games yesterday. I would assume probably not today. The 1-2. Swung on and smashed foul up the first base side. The count stays 1-2 strikes to Bodie Waller, the DH. Michael Crump looks into Tyler Struck to get his sign. He's ready. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball called, strike 3 at the knees. Good pitch. Slow breaking ball that Waller got caught looking at. It's the first strikeout from Michael Crump. One down here in the fifth. Now for second baseman Ryan Bachman.
Now batting up for Mount Marty.
Bachman's 0 for 1. He drew a walk, and then he lined out into a 5-3 double play back in the third inning. So nobody aboard with one down here in the top of the fifth. Crump's first pitch in the dirt, and a nice stop by Struck. It's now 1-0. Other baseball going on today. The Doane Tigers have finally lost a conference game. Jamestown defeated Doane earlier today 10-1 in Crete. Here's the 1-0. That's outside for a ball. It's now 2 balls and no strikes. They're in the bottom of the first in Sioux Center. Just getting underway in Sioux Center. Concordia and Dort, they are scoreless. Top of the sixth inning in Sioux City. Hastings and Morningside are scoreless. 2-0 pitch. That floats in there for a strike. It's now 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike on Ryan Bachman, the second baseman. 3-1, the Lancers lead it. Midland got an unearned run in the third, and Mount Marty put 3 hits together and scored 3 runs in the fourth. The 2-1. Misses. It's now 3 balls and a strike. So the line on Jay Lambert, he goes 4 innings, giving up 4 hits, 3 runs, all earned, walked 3, struck out 3, and he hit 2 batters. He's the pitcher of record. The 3-1. Inside corner, called strike 2. So a full count on Ryan Bachman. Crump will look into Struck. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, and it's going to be muscled down the right side, foul. That rode in on the hands on Bachman. He was able to muscle it down the right side. 3-2 the count on Ryan Bachman. Crump now ready. And the pitch. Inside, ball 4. So Bachman will draw a 1-out walk. 4th walk given up by Warrior pitchers this afternoon.
Now batting for the
So a base runner for the Lancers.
baseman, number 16.
And Kiko Nunez will come to the plate. Midland will put its heavy infield shift on as Hardiman from third base will sneak all the way over and play right of second. So only one defender on the left side of the infield, and that's Connor Peterson. Pitch to Nunez. He waves and misses at a breaking ball. No balls and a strike. Don't be surprised to see Nunez try to lay down a bunt here. He showed it yesterday. 0-1 the count on Nunez, who tripled and scored his last time. The pitch. Nunez swings at another breaking ball and misses. It's 0-2. So 2 good breaking pitches from Crump and 2 swings and misses. Any guesses on what he might throw here? Could he go with another slow breaker? The 0-2. Swing and a miss on a slow breaking ball for strike 3. So Nunez strikes out. 2 strikeouts for Michael Crump.
Now batting up
And Shea Bennett is out of the dugout.
Shugo
And
Hondo.
we'll see if this is going to be maybe a change. The way that the Midland dugout is looking, it looks like that might be a pitching change. So Crump comes in, faces 3 batters, and gets 2 outs. And the Warriors will hand the ball off to another pitcher. We'll tell you about the new pitcher when we return on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back at Moeller Field in Fremont, pitch and change. Michael Crump comes in, faces 3 batters, and strikes out 2, and he walked 1. And so Shea Bennett will take the baseball and hand it off now to Cody Kent. Cody's a 6'2", 175-pound sophomore from Ridgecrest, California. Kent, no record on the season, a 5.68 earned run average. This is appearance number 8. He's worked 6 1/3 innings, given up 5 hits, 9 runs, 4 earned. He struck out 3, and he's walked 7, so he's battled control a bit. And we'll see if he can put things together here. Music. So it will bring to the plate the catcher, number 1, Shugo Kondo. Kondo is 0 for 1. Stretch in the first pitch. Fastball on the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. Kondo will hit into an inning-ending fielder's choice in the first. Was hit by a pitch in the 4th inning, then gave way to Evan Bach, who stole a base and later scored on Vaughn Deming's 2 RBI double. The 0-1. Fastball outside corner, strike 2. So Kent comes in and has pounded the strike zone on his first 2 offerings. No balls and 2 strikes on Shugo Kondo. Ryan Bachman still over at first. The 0-2. Fouled off. Late swing by Kondo, and he just got a piece of it. Practically hit that out of the glove of Tyler Struck. No balls and 2 strikes on Kondo. If he gets aboard, we'll see Ethan Wishon next. 3-1 Mount Marty leads. We're in the top of the 5th. Game 1 of the 2 today. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and grounded to the hole at short and into left field. Base hit. Peterson was playing over closer to the second base bag, and that ball had eyes as it just bounced its way into left field. So Shugo Kondo has his first hit, a 2-out single, and he will give way to Evan Bach, who will courtesy run for him once more. So runners are at first and second with 2 down, and brings up third baseman Ethan Wishon. Wishon is 0 for 2, struck out looking, and he flew on out to center field. So Cody Kent trying to keep this a 3-1 game. Kent will get his sign from Tyler Struck. And the pitch. The fastball at the knees, a called strike, although it bounced out of the glove of Struck. Still a strike. Lancers have out-hit the Warriors now 5-2. No balls and 1 strike to Ethan Wishon. Kent's next pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, right center field, hit pretty well. Gomez floating back shy of the track, reaches up and makes the catch for the final out of the inning. So Wishon gives it a ride but flies out, and that'll do it for the Lancers in the 5th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. Through 4 1/2, it's 3-1 Mount Marty. We're on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back in Moeller Field in Fremont, 3-1. Mount Marty with the lead here in Game 1 of the 2 games today. And we go to the bottom of the 5th. The Warriors will have their 9-1-2 batters against Jared Miller. Tyler Struck. Actually, we have a pinch hitter. Pinch hitter for Tyler Struck will be number 8, Max Duckweiler. So Max Duckweiler will grab a bat. And he pinch hits here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Duckweiler is a 6'2", 200-pound sophomore. He's from Nashville, Tennessee. The wind in the first pitch. It's a breaking ball from Miller in there for a strike. It is 0-1. It's the first time we've called Max Duckweiler's name in a while. He's looking for his first hit of the season. He is 0 for 6. 0 for 5, beg your pardon. And now he's down to the count, no balls and 2 strikes. 0-2 to Max Duckweiler. 3-1 Mount Marty, bottom of 5. Miller, the 0-2. Duckweiler lays off a breaking ball, and the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Miller's done a very good job today with control, keeping the pitch count down at 58 pitches. Comes the wind and the 1-2. The pitch is high. 2-2 to Max Duckweiler. Coach Bennett trying to make some changes here to get the offense rolling. 2-2 pitch from Miller. Duckweiler takes a breaking ball down and in. So the count goes full to the leadoff hitter in the inning, Duckweiler. Activity starting to scurry down in the Mount Marty bullpen, but as I mentioned, Miller has kept the pitch count low. The wind, the 3-2. Duckweiler a check swing and fouls it off. So the count stays full here at 3 balls and 2 strikes. It is great how we play Staying Alive, which is from the movie Saturday Night Fever, with today being Saturday. 3-2 the count here on Max Duckweiler. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. So Miller will get a strikeout. His second strikeout of the afternoon. And there's 1 down here in the 5th inning. So back to the top of the order. Third time around for Alex Lopez. Lopez is 1 for 2. He's flown out to left. Singled and scored on that frantic play in the 3rd inning to where Wishon threw errantly to first, and then on a throw back across the diamond, nobody was at third base, and Lopez was able to score from second. The pitch swung on and popped foul, back and out of play. No balls and 1 strike to Alex Lopez. As I mentioned earlier today, Jamestown defeats Doane in Game 1 of a doubleheader, 10-1 in baseball. First loss for Doane in the conference for the 9th-ranked Tigers. 1 strike to Lopez. Good breaking ball in there for a strike. It's 0-2. Top of the 2nd inning in Sioux Center, Concordia leads Dordt 3-0. Top of the 7th in Sioux City, Hastings and Morningside are scoreless. No balls, 2 strikes on Lopez. The pitch. Breaking ball swung on and hit in the air toward left. Deming's got plenty of room as he floats back a couple steps and will make the catch for out number 2. Lopez flies to left. 2 outs here in the 5th for Jake LaCory. Midland softball team is taking on Hastings today at Chaplain Field at the Schilke Complex. They're in the top of the 7th. Midland leads Hastings 7-1 in that ballgame.
Now batting for Midland,
So we're going to see a pinch hitter here. This will be number 2, Nate Reyes. Reyes is going to hit for LaCory. So Nate Reyes will bat here in the 5th. Reyes, the senior from Milpitas, California, via Mission College. Reyes batting .116 on the season. Miller winds and delivers and turns away from one inside. 1 ball and no strikes. 1-0 the count on Reyes. Midland flag football team taking on Ottawa, and they have 1 minute to go in that one, and Ottawa leads 21-7. Is the final from what I'm told now. 21-7 is the final score. Thus the reason Jeremy's in the press box. 2-0 the count. I catch on after a while, you know. 2 balls and no strikes. Next pitch. Swing and a miss. 2-1 on Nate Reyes. Two outs, nobody on, bottom of the 5th. Miller's 2-1. Reyes swings and misses. And so Miller battles back to get the count even up at 2-2. 4 2/3, Miller's given up just 1 run off 2 hits. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Miller a long look into Kondo. And now the pitch. And a swing and a miss for strike 3. So 2 strikeouts in the inning, 3 for Miller, and he has looked solid through 5 innings of play. Midland retired in order in the 5th, 3 up and 3 down. We'll go to the 6th with Mount Marty leading 3-1. This is MidlandAthletics.com and BSD and Live. Back at Moeller Field in Fremont, Rich Ray with you on MidlandAthletics.com and BSD and Live. Game 1 of a doubleheader today. The Midland Warriors trail the Mount Marty Lancers 3-1 as we're in the top of the 6th. And leading things off will be Vaughn Deming, the left fielder for the Lancers. The first pitch from Cody Kent is going to be down low for a ball, 1-0. Nice day for baseball today. Had a good crowd yesterday. Today's paid attendance is just under 5,000. Just under. The 1-0 swung on and popped in the air left side. Late break in the baseball from the Warrior left fielder, but it's going to be a foul ball. That is Alex Lopez. And the count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. I'd say we might have close to a couple hundred maybe here today. 1 ball and 1 strike to Vaughn Deming. Next pitch. Outside corner for a strike. It's now 1-2. Usually on weekends like this, you see good attendance because Easter weekend, everybody gets about an extra day off from work. The 1-2 misses outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Vaughn Deming, who's 2 for 2 in this one with a single and a 2 RBI double. That was the big hit in the 4th that put the Lancers up by 2. Cody Kent's 2-2. Breaking ball, swung and a miss, strike 3. Cody Kent gets his first strikeout of the day. And 1 down here in the Lancers' 6th inning. So that'll bring to the plate now the shortstop, number 29, Joe Goki. The only defensive change we saw from last half inning for Midland when Nate Reyes came in to pinch hit. He's now playing center field, so he's replaced Jake LaCory out in center. Connor Peterson and Tyler Struck re-entered to their positions. First pitch to Goki is in there for a strike. Goki singled and stole a base in the 4th inning. 1 strike to count on Joe Goki. Mount Marty leading 3-1, and if they take this first ball game, they'll take the series. This pitch is high and inside. It's now 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike to Goki. Kent gets the sign from Struck. 1-1 pitch. Swung on and hit in the air to center field. Reyes is going to be on the run, back shy of the track. He'll reach up and make the catch, backpedaling onto the warning track for out number 2. So Goki flies out to center field. 2 down here in the Mount Marty 6th. And that'll bring right fielder Aiden Chang to the plate. Chang is 0 for 2. He's flown out to center, grounded out to third, and he also has an RBI sacrifice fly to center field, which brought in a run in the 4th. So 4th trip to the plate for Chang today. This pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Updated Major League Baseball scores with the 2 games in progress. They're in the 7th inning stretch in New York. The Brewers leading the Mets 6-2. Bottom of the 5th in Chicago. White Sox on top of the Tigers 6-4. 1-0. Swung on, hit off the hands, little bloop out by second base. Connor Peterson will make the waist-high catch, and that will end the inning. So Cody Kent comes in and got an out of the 2 batters he faced in the 5th and retires the Lancers in order in the 6th. So we'll go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Still a 3-1 Mount Marty lead on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back in Moeller Field, starting to get late here in Game 1 for Midland. The Warriors trailing Mount Marty by a score of 3-1, and it seems like through the first 3 games at this point of each ball game, it's kind of been the trend that Midland has found themselves down by a run or 2. Same scenario here, trailing 3-1, and the Warriors are trying to crack Jared Miller, who has given up just 2 hits over 5 innings and struck out 3. Here's Josh Hardiman to lead things off. Hardiman is 0 for 2 this afternoon. First pitch. Hardiman swings and hits this ball in the air, right center field, and hits it pretty well. It's got some carry on it, back toward the fence, and it's gone for a home run. Hardiman knew it when he got about a third way down the baseline, gave a little bat flip, and will run the bases. And it's now a 3-2 contest. So Josh Hardiman with a solo home run makes it now 3-2. Hardiman with his team-leading 8th home run of the year. So 3-2 is the score. 3-2. And Hayden Crawford will come to the plate. So now, with a 1-run game, makes you wonder if Mount Marty starts thinking about some bullpen help here. Here's Crawford, 0 for 2. He's flown out to left, and he's flown out to right. Here's the pitch. He swings and fouls it back. No balls and 1 strike to Hayden Crawford. Miller has still kept the pitch count down. He's only at 74, but got one right in Hardiman's wheelhouse. No balls and a strike to Hayden Crawford. Miller's wind and pitch. Crawford fouls it back. 0-2 to the Austin, Texas native. Gotten to know Hayden a little bit from this summer and also talked to him a couple times, but he seems like the type of guy from being in Austin, Texas, and also with his haircut that he would look good in a cowboy hat. Definitely a cowboy hat and boots guy, I would say. Here's the 0-2 to Crawford. Breaking ball called strike 3. Couldn't pull the trigger on that one as Miller gets a big strikeout there. Fourth strikeout for Jared Miller, and that's the first out here in the 6th inning. So with one down, it'll bring right fielder Devin Gomez to the plate. Gomez 1 for 1. He drew a walk in the 2nd, and he singled in the 4th. Gomez trying to restart it here with 1 out. 3-2, Mount Marty leads. The pitch. Gomez swings, goes the other way toward left. Deming giving it a chase and will chase it down just shy of the line. Nice defensive play out in left field. Gomez flies out to left, and after the solo home run by Hardiman, Miller is retired the next 2 batters. 2 outs, nobody on for Alec Villanueva. Villanueva is 0 for 2. He's reached on a fielder's choice, and he's grounded into a 6-4-3 double play. So Miller working against Villanueva. First pitch is high. It's now 1-0. Still with the 2 runs that have been scored today, we've seen the Warriors with really 1 hard-hit ball, and that's the home run by Hardiman. 1 ball and no strikes. Next pitch. Villanueva swings and pops this one in the air down the right field side. Everybody giving chase. Nunez will look on over, and that is going to be a foul ball barely. Nunez got turned around and trying to regather himself and reached out toward the baseball and didn't make contact and ends up in foul territory. If that ball ends up about a foot to the left, Villanueva's on second base easily. Those gray area pop-ups, those are always difficult ones to try to defend. Down the first or third base line where you've got 3 fielders going after it, the outfielder and 2 infielders, because those are the least routine plays to make. 1 ball and 1 strike to Villanueva. The pitch. Tried to check his swing at a breaking ball that stayed up. The count now 2 balls and a strike on Villanueva. Midland scored an unearned run in the 3rd. And Josh Hardiman with a solo home run here in the 6th. Have pulled the Warriors within 1. It's 3-2. Here's the wind, the 2-1 pitch. Villanueva fouls it back to the net. The count evens, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Miller, after giving up the solo home run on the first pitch he threw here in the 6th, is trying to battle back and retire the next 3 batters. 3-2 on Villanueva. Miller winds and delivers. Villanueva chops one over toward third. Wishon's got to take it on the second hop. He's got to get rid of it. Fires to first, and not in time. That'll probably go as a base hit. That was going to be a tough play on that high bouncer, and Villanueva can really get down the line. So Villanueva will reach on the infield single. So a runner at first with 2 down. That'll bring up the shortstop, Connor Peterson. Peterson is 0 for 1. He's flown out to center. He's also drawn a walk. And Connor's due. The Warriors could use a long one from here, from Connor. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball outside corner for a strike. No balls and a strike. But also, you know, if Peterson can put one in the gap, Villanueva's got enough speed, even in a small ballpark here at Moeller Field, that he could score on a double from first base. The 0-1. Peterson takes it high and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to the Warrior shortstop. 3-2 Mount Marty, bottom of the 6th of the scheduled 7-inning game. Miller ready. Throw to first, chasing Villanueva back to the bag. Again, Villanueva, 11 for 11 in stolen base attempts. Miller ready. The pitch. Peterson takes a breaking ball for strike 2. 1-2 on Connor Peterson. does Villanueva take off here? 1-2 the count. The pitch. Peterson taps it foul. Just got a piece of it on that breaking ball. He was out in front of, but just got a hair of it. The count stays at 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes on Connor Peterson. Miller's pitch. And Peterson will pull it foul. Was looking at the trends in the recent series, and I was incorrect in what I said earlier with Mount Marty winning 6 straight. They've actually defeated Midland the last 8 times that they've played. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Peterson. The pitch. Peterson swings, hits this ball in the air to left. Deming going back near the fence, looks up, and it is going to be gone. A home run. Connor Peterson, a 2-run home run, puts Midland in front. The score now 4-3. I told you he was due for a long one, and he delivers there as he got a pitch elevated near the hands that he was able to pull on. And Midland takes the lead here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Connor Peterson's 3rd home run of the year, and that's the biggest hit of the game right there. Midland takes the lead by a score of 4-3. And now Chris Ortega will come to the plate. So Jared Miller cruised through 5, and all of a sudden here in the 6th, he's given up 3 hits, 2 of which are home runs. Ortega 0 for 2. The pitch. Breaking ball in there for a strike. So now you look ahead to the 7th, and the Lancers need to score a run, and they'll have their 2, 3, and 4 batters coming to the plate. And we'll see if Midland might get somebody up that might be thinking about closing. It could be Darius Blassingame. 1 strike on Ortega. The pitch. He's out in front and swings and misses. No balls and 2 strikes. 0-2 to Chris Ortega. Couple swings of the bat. Long ones here. Hardiman and Peterson have put Midland in front. Here's the wind, the 0-2. Ortega swings and misses for strike 3, and that will end the inning. So Miller gets 2 strikeouts in the inning. He's got 5, and that's going to do it. But all the damage done by Midland with the long ball. 3 runs, 3 hits. There were 2 homers, Hardiman and Peterson with the 2-run shot. No errors and nobody left. Last chance for Mount Marty. We go to the top of the 7th. Midland leads 4-3 on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back in Moeller Field, the Midland Warriors with a couple of home runs in the bottom of the 6th inning and take a 4-3 lead as we go to the top of the 7th. And Darius Blassingame will come in to try to close it out. The 5th-year right-handed senior from St. Petersburg, Florida, via Edward Waters University. Enters the ball game with a 1-0 record of 1.46 ERA. This is appearance number 9, and he has 4 saves on the year. He's worked 12 in the 3rd innings, given him 9 hits, 2 runs, both earned. He struck out 15, he walked 5. And Blassingame will get the 2, 3, and 4 batters, Gardner, Waller, and Bachman. So Midland leading 4-3, and the Warriors are trying to take Game 1 of this doubleheader and Game 3 of the 4-game series and break up a stretch of Mount Marty winning 8 in a row against Midland. First pitch in there for a strike. 0-1 to Will Gardner. Gardner's 0 for 2. He's been hit by a pitch, grounded out, and struck out swinging. The 0-1. Outside for a ball. It's 1-1. So now you've got Cody Kent, the pitcher of record, and Blassingame with an opportunity for a save. The 1-1 from Blassingame. Swung on and popped up left side. That'll be out of play. And the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Blassingame doesn't overpower you with speed, but he's got good movement on his pitches. And every once in a while, he'll dip down to submarine. Tyler Foster's now playing center field. The 1-2. Swung on. Ground ball to third. Hardiman's got it. He'll toss it on over to Crawford in time for out number 1. So Gardner grounds to third base for the first out here in the 7th. Ben Kirkland is in left. Tyler Foster is in center. And Nate Reyes has gone on over to right field. All right, here's Bodie Waller. Waller 0 for 1. He's walked twice, struck out looking once. So Blassingame get ready to deliver the pitch. Outside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. 1 out, nobody on top of the 7th. Midland up 4-3. Warriors trailed going to the bottom of the 6th when Hardiman hit a home run. The 1-0. Popped up left side out of play. It's 1-1. And then Connor Peterson hit a 2-run home run to put Midland in front. 1 ball, 1 strike on Bodie Waller. 1-1 pitch. Just missed. And the count now 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. The hits are even in the ball game at 5 apiece. Next pitch swung on and hit on out to right center field and drops in for a base hit. Foster comes over to try to cut it off, and he's got to pick it up on the warning track. He'll toss it back in, and it's going to be a double for Bodie Waller. So a big hit there for Mount Marty to put the game-tying run in scoring position with 1 out. So Waller is out at second base with 1 down. That's going to bring up second baseman Ryan Bachman. Bachman is 0 for 1. He's walked twice, and sandwiched between there, he lined out to Hardiman at third, who completed a double play with a throwback to first. Blassingame's pitch. Bachman takes it inside, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to Ryan Bachman. Lancers have out hit Midland now 6-5. 4-3, Midland leads it. 1 out, runner at second, top of the 7th. Blassingame's 1-0. Fastball at the knees, called strike. 1-1 to Bachman. Kiko Nunez will be next. One on Bachman. Here's the pitch. Swung on and grounded deep at the hole. It's short, knocked down by Peterson. He will have no throw, but he keeps it along the infield, which is the important part. Bachman gets an infield single. If that ball gets into left field, then Waller easily takes third. Now we're going to have a pinch runner. And this is going to be Garrett D'Amico, who will run for Bachman out at first base.
The runner at first for Mount Marty is to Garrett D'Amico. Now at bat for Mount Marty.
D'Amico pinch runs here in the 7th. And it brings Kiko Nunez to the plate. Nunez 1 for 3. He struck out twice, but in the 4th he hit a triple to the warning track left of center field and then later would score. Blasingame ready. The pitch to Nunez. Fastball low. Ball one. Nunez is a double play threat, so if he hits one on the ground sharply at one of the infielders, the Warriors could turn two, but they've got the heavy shift on here. The 1-0. Nunez swings and fouls it off to the left side. Yeah, with three players on the right side of the diamond, it's tough to turn a double play here. Peterson is playing on the second base side of the bag. 1 ball and 1 strike on Kiko Nunez. Next pitch. Swung on and bounced to the right side. Villanueva will have it. His only play is to first, and it's in time for out number 2. The runners advance to second and third on the play. So Nunez grounds out. And now the Lancers are down to their final out. And it will bring catcher Shugo Kondo to the plate. He produced the late inning heroics defensively in Game 2 of the doubleheader yesterday with a diving catch on the warning track to preserve the victory for the Lancers. But now Darius Blasingame trying to retire Kondo to give Midland the victory. Pitch to Kondo. Fastball for a strike. No balls and 1 strike to Kondo. Ethan Wishon would be next. 4-3 Midland. Top of the 7th. Runners at second and third with 2 down. The 0-1 from Blasingame. Fastball low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike to the Lancer catcher. Kondo 1 for 2 in the ballgame. Blasingame steps up onto the rubber to get his sign. Winds and brings the 1-1 home. Swung on and smashed foul down the third base side. And now the Lancers are down to their final strike. So we'll have some time here for one of the Midland bench players to chase down that baseball on the warning track. The count, 1 ball and 2 strikes on Shugo Kondo. Blasingame looking for his 5th save of the year. Up on the rubber in the wind-up position. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball, and Kondo lays off of it as it dips low, and the count evens. It's now 2-2. Two and two to Kondo. If Kondo can deliver a base hit here, it could tie or put the Lancers in front. Blasingame 1 pitch away from ending it. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a foul ball at home plate. Blasingame just got a piece of it. So the count stays put. 2-2. Kondo touches home plate with the bat. Blasingame ready. And the pitch. Did he go? Yes, he did. Strike 3 to end the ball game. Curtis Carlson says that Kondo did not hold up, and he strikes out swinging, and the Warriors come from behind and win this one by the final score of 4-3. Darius Blasingame gets the strikeout in his 5th save of the season, and the Warriors snap an 8-game losing streak to the Mount Marty Lancers. Midland wins Game 1 by the final score of 4-3 in a ball game that took exactly 2 hours here this afternoon. In the 7th for Mount Marty, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 runners left on base. Midland 4, Mount Marty 3. Back with the final totals when we return on MidlandAthletics.com and BSD and Live. Back to Moeller Field in Fremont, where the Midland Warriors come from behind in the 6th inning, scoring 3 runs, and Darius Blassingame closes it out with a save with 2 runners in scoring position in the 7th. And Midland snaps a 8-game losing streak to the Mount Marty Lancers as they defeat the Lancers here in Game 1 of a doubleheader today by a score of 4-3. For Midland, 4 runs off 5 hits, no errors, and the Warriors strand 4 base runners. Starting pitcher Jay Lambert worked 4 innings, giving up 4 hits, 3 runs, all earned, walked 3, struck out 3, and hit 2 batters. Michael Crump pitched 2/3 of an inning, walking 1 and striking out 2. Cody Kent picks up the win. He's 1-0 in the season. Kent worked an inning and a third, giving up 1 hit and struck out 1. And Darius Blassingame came on in the 7th and picks up his 5th save of the year. Working the 7th inning, he gave up 2 hits and he struck out 1. The Lancers 3 runs on 7 hits, commit 2 errors, and strand 9 base runners. Jared Miller deserved a better fate. He worked 6 innings, and he suffers the loss. He's now 1-3. Miller gave up 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, walked 3, struck out 5, and gave up 2 home runs in that 6th inning. For Midland offensively, Josh Hardiman goes 1-for-3 with a solo home run. Connor Peterson went 1-for-2 with a 2-run home run. For Mount Marty, Vaughn Deming goes 2-for-3, and he knocked in 2. So Midland wins Game 1 of the series, or the doubleheader today, 4-3, and the Warriors will try to salvage the weekend sweep with Game 2 coming up in about 30 minutes from right now. The ballgame took exactly 2 hours this afternoon, and Midland wins it 4-3. So Midland now is 21-8 on the year, 7-4 in the conference. Mount Marty now 17-13, 3-6 in conference play. Game 2, the 9-inning ballgame, will be coming up in about 25 minutes from right now. Game 1 goes to Midland, 4-3. Game 2 in just a few moments on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Good afternoon, everyone, and we welcome you back to Moeller Field in Fremont for Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Midland University Warriors and the Mount Marty Lancers. Midland winning Game 1 of the doubleheader today by a score of 4-3. And doing so in come-from-behind fashion as Connor Peterson hit a 2-run home run in the bottom of the 6th inning to put Midland in front. Darius Blassingame closed down the save. So we're ready for Game 2. This will be the 9-inning contest between the Warriors and the Lancers. Here are the starting lineups for Mount Marty. Now 17-13 on the season and 3-6 in conference play. Leading off, catching, number 5, Aiden Chang. Batting second, playing center field, number 19, Will Gardner. Batting third and playing first base, number 10, Bodie Waller. Batting fourth and playing second base, number 3, Ryan Bachman. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, number 60, Kiko Nunez. Batting sixth and playing third base, number 13, Ethan Wishon. Batting seventh, playing right field, number 1, Shugo Kondo. Batting eighth, playing left field, number 28, Vaughn Deming. Batting ninth and playing shortstop, number 29, Joe Goki. And on the mound for Mount Marty will be number 17, Zach Hagee, a junior right-hander from Lyons, Nebraska. For Midland, 21-8, 7-4 in conference play. Leading off and playing left field, number 11, Yalex Lopez. Batting second, playing center field, number 14, Jake LaCory. Batting third and playing third base, number 20, Josh Hardiman. Batting fourth, the designated hitter, number 37, Hayden Crawford. Batting fifth, playing right field, number 3, Devin Gomez. Batting sixth and playing second base, number 5, Alec Villanueva. Batting seventh, playing shortstop, number 34, Connor Peterson. Batting eighth and playing first base, number 40, Garrett Freeman. Batting ninth and doing the catching is number 25, Sotero Ureno. And doing the pitching for Midland is number 22, Cole Hupke. Hupke is a junior right-hander from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. All right, we're ready for Game 2 to get underway. Again, the Warriors won the first game 4-3 and snapped an 8-game losing streak to Mount Marty. That dated back 3 seasons. And we are ready for game number 2 as Cole Hupke will get ready to face Aiden Chang. Umpires have switched spots for Game 2. Wade Spencer is behind the plate, and Curtis Carlson is on the bases. So Aiden Chang will step in, the catcher. First pitch from Cole Hupke. Swing and a miss for strike 1. First pitch of game number 2, 3:34 p.m. We have a partly sunny sky and a temperature of 52 degrees. We've jumped up 5 degrees from game 1 to game 2. 1 strike on Aiden Chang. Next pitch on the outside corner for a called strike. So it's 0-2 to Aiden Chang, the junior from Roseville, California. Chang played right field in game 1, and he ended up going 0-4 with an RBI. Next pitch, and it hit him. That one got away from Hupke. And it hits Chang. And an 0-2 pitch, and Chang is aboard. So a runner aboard with nobody out. And pinch running for Chang, courtesy running, is going to be Evan Bach. Bach will courtesy run for the catcher here in the first inning. So a runner first with nobody out. And we'll bring to the plate the center fielder, number 19, Will Gardner. In game 1 today, Gardner went 0-3. He was hit by a pitch in the first inning, and then a couple groundouts and a strikeout. So Cole Hupke on the mound for Midland. Hupke is 2-2 in the year with a 4.15 ERA. This is start number 7. 26 innings worked, 30 hits, 18 runs, 12 earned. He struck out 39, and he's walked 10. And the first pitch to Gardner is going to be high for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to Will Gardner. Hupke out of the stretch. The 1-0. A little bit high. The count now goes to 2 balls and no strikes. It's an entertaining game number 1 that saw Midland come from behind to win it, hitting 2 home runs in the 6th inning. 2 balls and no strikes on Will Gardner. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled off. The count now goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 on Gardner. Again, Mount Marty with the dark blues on, Midland wearing the whites in both games of the doubleheader today. 2-1 pitch. Gardner holds off at 1 high. So the count goes to 3-1. This is the scheduled 9-inning ball game today. As the first game was scheduled for 7 and went exactly 7, so with no extra inning affair, we played 9 in game 2. Next pitch. Just missed inside for a ball. Ball 4. So the first 2 batters able to reach against Cole Hupke, a hit by pitch and a walk. And the Lancers have runners at first and second with nobody out. here in the top of the first inning. And I'll bring to the plate the first baseman, number 10, Bodie Waller. Waller in game 1 today went 1 for 2. He had a double in the 7th inning, which the Lancers made it very interesting, getting 2 runners in scoring position, down by a run, but Darius Blasingame came through and got the save, his 5th of the year. Hupke will check the base runner at second and now step off the back of the rubber. Cole looks like he's trying to get in a rhythm here and was up 0-2 on Chang, but one got away, and then he just missed on a gray area pitch and a 3-1 to Gardner. This pitch is swung on a missed. Strike one. 1 strike to Bodie Waller. After today, when this doubleheader concludes, Midland's back in action next Saturday. They'll host Concordia in a doubleheader here at Moeller Field at 1 o'clock. 1 strike here on Bodie Waller. Next pitch is a breaking ball, and it floats in there for a strike. So the countdown, no balls and 2 strikes to Waller. The Lancers are back to action Friday when they host Dort, and that'll be a 2 o'clock doubleheader in Yankton. No balls and 2 strikes to Bodie Waller. Hupke's pitch. Swing and a foul tip in the glove of Urano for strike 3. So Cole Hupke gets the strikeout, and there's 1 down here in the top of the first. That'll bring up second baseman Ryan Bachman, who's hitting in the cleanup spot this ball game, as he did the game before. Bachman earlier today went 1 for 2. Had a single in that 7th inning. So Hupke trying to work through a couple of base runners here in the first. First pitch. And it's going to catch the outside corner for a strike. 1 strike to Ryan Bachman. Kiko Nunez will be next. Hupke's ready. Here comes the 0-1. Fastball is high. Count evens. 1 ball and 1 strike to Bachman. For the Warriors in the outfield, you've got Alex Lopez in left, Jake LaCory in center, and Devin Gomez is in right. The infield around the horn has Hardiman at third, Peterson at second, Peterson at short, Villanueva at second, and Garrett Freeman in the lineup today. He's playing first. This pitch is outside. It's 2 balls and a strike. First time this weekend we've seen Sotero Urano back behind the plate catching for Cole Hupke on the mound. 2 balls and 1 strike on Ryan Bachman. Hupke had a couple looks to second base, and now the pitch. And it sails high. So Hupke falls behind 3-1. Game 1 winner on the mound for Midland was Cody Kent. He worked an inning in a third of relief. And as I mentioned, Blasingame picked up the save. Jarrett Miller pitched 6 innings, 5 really strong innings for Mount Marty, but he takes a loss. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. And the count full to Bachman now, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Evan Bach, the base runner at second. Will Gardner at first. Hupke ready again. The 3-2. Breaking ball swung on it, popped up along the infield. This will be an infield fly rule, so the batter is out, and Peterson will officially make the play out behind second base. So Ryan Bachman pops up, and they're now 2 down. So that'll bring up slugger Kiko Nunez, the designated hitter. Nunez in game 1 went 1 for 4. He had a triple and scored a run in the 4th inning. Hupke ready. Pitch to Nunez. Swung on it, fouled off at home plate, and that caught Nunez. I think it bounced and caught him up near the knee area. So the count now, no balls and 1 strike on Nunez. Head coach Josh Tishrow came about halfway out, and Nunez says, "I'm fine." One strike on Nunez. Hupke looks into Urano for the sign and the pitch. Swung on and grounded back up the middle and into center field for a base hit. And then kicked around out in the outfield. Another runner coming around will try to score, and the throw coming home not in time, and it's 2-0 Mount Marty. Midland had the shift on, and there was nobody in that shortstop position, so that's where the ball was hit left of second base. So it's a RBI single for Kiko Nunez, and then you charge an error to LaCory out in center field because he couldn't field the ball cleanly, and that allows Gardner to score. So a hit and an error on the play, and Mount Marty jumps out to a 2-0 lead. And that'll bring third baseman Ethan Wishon to the plate. There's a breaking ball in there for a strike. It's one of those where you get caught second-guessing yourselves. As the Warriors just play straight up, that's an easy ground ball to Connor Peterson, but they had the shift on for Nunez. The 0-1. Breaking ball in there for strike two. It's 0-2. So there was one earned run on that play. Kiko Nunez with the RBI single plating block, and then Gardner scores an unearned run on the error by Jake LaCory out in center field. So they count 1 ball and 2 strikes here in Ethan Wishon. Hupke set, and the pitch. Fastball low. Oh, called strike 3 at the bottom of the zone for the final out of the inning. So Hupke gets 2 strikeouts, and that's going to do it for the Lancers in the first, but they score 2 runs and do it on 1 hit with 1 error and 1 runner left on base. After half inning, 2-0 Mount Marty. The Warriors will bat when we return on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back at Moeller Field in Fremont, game 2 of a doubleheader. Midland takes the first one 4-3, but Mount Marty scores a couple of runs, one of those earned in the top of the first inning. As we go to the bottom of inning 1, Lancers up 2-0. Defensively for Mount Marty here in game number 2, Vaughn Deming is in left, Will Gardner in center, and it is Shugo Kondo in right. At third base is Ethan Wishon. Shortstop is Joe Goki. At second base is Ryan Bachman. At first base, Bodie Waller. Aiden Chang is doing the catching for Zach Heggie, the pitcher. Heggie is 6'2", 195, junior right-hander from Lyons, Nebraska. Heggie 2-3 on the year with a 6.75 earned run average. He'll face Alex Lopez to start things. And here's a breaking ball off the corner for ball 1. 1-0 to Lopez. This is the 8th appearance for Heggie, and it is his 7th start. He's worked 28 innings, given up 40 hits, 24 runs, 21 earned, struck out 26, and walked 13. And Lopez swings at this pitch and misses. The count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike to Alex Lopez, the left fielder. Lopez in game 1 today went 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored. 1-1 pitch. Swung on and hit through the right side, base hit. Alex Lopez went to the opening on the right side and slaps it the other way, and the leadoff batter aboard for Midland here in the bottom of the first. So it brings up center fielder, number 14, Jake LaCory. The San Jose, California native LaCory coming to the plate. In game 1, he went 0 for 2, a walk, stole a base. First pitch to LaCory. He shows bunt and pops it up the first base side. Got it down, and he'll be tagged by the first baseman for out number 1. So LaCory gets the sacrifice down, goes 3 unassisted. Lopez is out in scoring position.
Now batting, number 20, Josh Hardiman.
And we'll bring up the third baseman, number 20, Josh Hardiman. So Midland's got a runner at second with one down. Here's the stretch by Hagee in the pitch. Hardiman takes a breaking ball for a strike in the outside corner. Hardiman got the rally started in the 6th inning of Game 1 when he had a solo home run left of the scoreboard in right center. And then Connor Peterson delivered the big 2-run home run later to put Midland in front. The 0-1. Hardiman swings, hits a smash back up the middle in the center field, a base hit. Lopez is going to be waved around by Coach Bennett. The throw from center field is coming in. It's be cut off out by the pitcher's mound, and it's a 2-1 ball game. Josh Hardiman with an RBI single right up the middle scores Yalex Lopez. And the Warriors do what they wanted to do there, get the leadoff batter on, over, and in. And it's now 2-1. So that'll bring the designated hitter to the plate, number 37, Hayden Crawford. Crawford DHing in this game, allowing Garrett Freeman to play first base. Crawford went 0 for 3 in Game 1 with a couple of flyouts and struck out looking. Yesterday, you'll remember in Game 2, he hit a pair of home runs in the loss against the Lancers. Hagee's first pitch. Crawford swings and hits a bouncing ball through the left side, base hit. So Hayden Crawford delivers, and the Warriors come up with 3 hits in their first 4 batters to the plate against Zach Hagee. So Midland has runners at first and second with 1 down. It'll bring right fielder Devin Gomez to the plate now. Gomez has been swinging the bat well as of late. He went 1 for 2 in the first contest. Midland trying to get this tied up. Pitch from Hagee. Fastball misses off the corner. Ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to Devin Gomez. Mount Marty scored 2 runs off a hit plus a Midland error in the top half of the inning, and the Warriors have brought the bats out here early in game number 2. The 1-0. Gomez takes a fastball low. And the count now 2 balls and no strikes. 2-0 to the Warrior right fielder. A stretch on the pitch. Fastball outside corner for a strike. So the count to Gomez goes to 2-1. Hardiman is the base runner at second. Hayden Crawford is over at first. Zach Hagee's got his sign. Now the 2-1 pitch. Breaking ball slapped down the left field line. It is a foul ball. Gomez tried to spray that curveball to the opposite side, but couldn't keep it between the lines. So the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes, and time is called for Ryan Bachman to relace up that left shoe. He's good to go. Gomez steps back in. The left-hander looks on out to Hagee with a 2 ball, 2 strike count. The stretch in the pitch. Breaking ball outside for ball 3. The count full to Devin Gomez. 3-2 to the Warrior right fielder. Mount Marty leads 2-1. We're in the bottom of the first. Hagee's 3-2. Gomez spoils that pitch. Fouls it off. Well, being how Mindy did not bring Mama Kelsey's chocolate chip cookies to the press box for Game 2, I had to go to Casey's and get many Chips Ahoy Chewy cookies. Nowhere close. I'm completely disappointed. 3-2 pitch. Gomez fouls it back. It is the big bag, so at least I could tell myself I got lots of cookies in here, but nah, it's not the same. 3-2 on Devin Gomez. Hardiman at second, Crawford at first. A run is in on Hardiman's RBI single, plating Yalex Lopez. The 3-2 just missed high, ball 4. Good eye by Devin Gomez, and with that walk, that will load up the bases for the Warriors. And we'll bring to the plate second baseman Alec Villanueva.
Now batting, number 5, Alec Villanueva.
Villanueva is 1 for 3. He singled and scored in the 6th inning of game number 1. This is his first at-bat, obviously, of Game 2. Stretched by Hagee in the pitch. That's outside for a ball. 1-0 to Villanueva with the hero of game number 1, Connor Peterson, in the on-deck circle. Peterson hit the 2-run home run to put Midland in front before the Warriors would go on to win it. The 1-0. Villanueva chops it foul at home plate. The count evens, 1 ball and 1 strike. If the Warriors get a sweep, they would put themselves at 8-4 in the league. One ball, 1 strike here in Villanueva. Hardiman at third, Crawford at second, Gomez at first. The 1-1. Swung on, bounce back up the middle, might be 2. Flip from Goki to Bachman, relay to first base, double play. And Mount Marty keeps the lead at the end of the first inning. So Villanueva hits into the 6-4-3 ground out double play. And that'll do it for the Warriors. But Midland does get 1 run, and they do it on 3 hits. There were no errors, and there were 2 runners left. We played 1. 2-1 the Lancers. More in a moment on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. One inning complete of Game 2 between Midland and Mount Marty, and the Lancers lead the Warriors by a score of 2-1. Zach Hagee was able to get a pitcher's best friend a ground-out double play with the bases loaded to keep the Lancers in front by a run. So as we go to the second, it'll be 7-8-9. Shugo Kondo, Vaughn Deming, and Joe Goki against Cole Hupke. Hupke's first pitch to Kondo. Fastball misses outside, ball 1. Kondo was the catcher in game number 1, and at the plate, he ended up going 1 for 3 with a base hit. 1-0 from Hupke. Misses outside. So the count now 2 balls and no strikes on the Lancer right fielder in game number 2. Kondo and Chang, they switch up the catching duty here in the second game. The 2-0. Swung on, hit in the air toward right, hit pretty well. Gomez back near the track. He will look up, and it is gone. Shugo Kondo with the wind at his back going that direction and elevates and hits it over the fence and out of the ballpark for a solo home run. And Mount Marty now leads it by a score of 3-1. Hit that one on the sweet spot, just reaching out to the right side. And it is a 2-run lead once again for the Lancers. So Hupke will start over again with Vaughn Deming coming to the plate. First pitch in the dirt and bounces off the shin guard of Urano. For Kondo, his second home run of the season. Next pitch is going to miss outside. 2 balls and no strikes to the 8-hole hitter, Vaughn Deming. Deming out of Santa Clara, Utah. 2-0. Swung on and hit toward right, and that drops in for a base hit. So a couple of pitches that Hupke has elevated. The right-handed hitters for Mount Marty have been able to capitalize on. And that's bringing Shea Bennett out of the dugout. Shea is going to come on out and talk with Cole Hupke here. You're watching Midland Warrior Baseball on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Hope you're enjoying our broadcast today. Game 1 had Midland win by a score of 4-3. And come from behind fashion, scoring 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th inning. Also going on today, Midland flag football team fell at home to Ottawa by a score of 21-7. The Midland baseball team Midland softball team won game 1 of a doubleheader over Hastings today by a score of 7-1. And in game 2, the Warriors lead Hastings 3-0 in the bottom of the 4th. So the meeting out of the mound will break up here. Another GPAC baseball going on today. Jamestown took game 1 of a doubleheader against Doane by a score of 10-1. They're in the top of the 6th in game 1 of a doubleheader in Sioux Center. Concordia leads Dordt 8-1. And Morningside won game 1 of a doubleheader over Hastings 1-0 in 11 innings. All right, after the trip to the mound, Joe Goki at the plate. He shows bunt, the pitch, breaking ball in there for a strike. Game 2 between Jamestown and Doane in Crete is in the top of the 5th, and that game is tied at 2. So Jamestown could get a sweep. Boy, that all of a sudden makes things interesting near the top of the conference. 0-1 pitch, bounced out of the glove of Urano, but not far enough away for Deming to advance. And the count is even. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count on shortstop, Joe Goki. Hupke's ready. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. 1-2 on the Lancer shortstop. Top of the order, Aiden Chang will be next. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. The ball got away. The batter is out because first base was occupied, but getting on down to second base on the play will be Vaughn Deming. So it's a strikeout. And then I think you can probably go past ball on Urano. So Goki strikes out. 3 strikeouts for Cole Hupke. And then Deming down to second base on what I'm going to call pass ball. So a runner at second. The top of the order, Aiden Chang coming to the plate. The pitch. Inside and low, ball 1. Chang got hit by a pitch in the first inning, gave way to courtesy runner Evan Bach, who later would come around and score on Kiko Nunez's RBI single. 3-1 Mount Marty leads. We're in the top of the 2nd. The pitch. A little bit high. Count now 2 balls and no strikes on Chang. Mount Marty record now 17-13 and 3-6 in the GPAC. Couple looks out to second base by Hupke in the pitch. That hit Chang on the helmet. So for the second time in as many plate appearances, Aiden Chang gets hit by a Cole Hupke pitch.
Now batting number 19, Will Gardner.
And Evan Bach will come on out and courtesy run again. So runners are at first and second.
Courtesy runner, first base number 6, Evan Bach.
And Will Gardner will come to the plate. It looked like maybe a slider or a cutter that Hupke wanted to throw, and it just didn't move. It just stayed straight, and Chang caught it on the bill of the helmet. First pitch from Hupke. Swung on and hit in the air. Center field. LaCory moving on over to his right. He's underneath of it now and makes the catch for out number 2. So Gardner flies to center field for the second out of the inning. And we'll bring first baseman Bodie Waller to the plate. Waller 0 for 1. He struck out swinging in the first inning. The home run hit by Shugo Kondo earlier this inning is the 3rd home run hit, that Cole Hupke has given up this year. Hupke a couple looks to second base and the pitch. Breaking ball stayed outside, 1-0. It had a lot more movement on it than I think Soturo Urano thought. Urano kind of moved his body out to the left to glove it, and all of a sudden that pitch broke in and got close to the outside corner. 1 ball and no strikes here on Waller. Hupke's next pitch. Swung on it, foul back to the net. The count evens, 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Bodie Waller, the first baseman. Broadcast-wise, next week going to be kind of a quiet week. Nothing really happens until the weekend next week for our home broadcasts. 1-1 here on Bodie Waller. The pitch. Swung on and hit in the air. Left center. LaCory never saw it. And coming on over from left is Lopez. He'll make the catch for the final out of the inning. So Waller flies out to left, and that's going to do it for the Lancers. But they get a home run on the leadoff homer by Shugo Kondo. And the Lancers strand 2 base runners. Through an inning and a half, Mount Marty leads 3-1. This is MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back at Moeller Field, we go to the bottom of the second. 3-1, Mount Marty with the lead. And leading things off will be Connor Peterson. First pitch from Hagee is in there for a strike. No balls and 1 strike to Connor Peterson. Next offering on the way. Swung on and bounced to the third base side with Sean charges, and you can't come up with that one cleanly. Probably going to go as an error. So Peterson's going to reach on the air. And it brings Garrett Freeman to the plate. The sophomore from Papillion out of Iowa Western Community College. Coming back from injury earlier. Here's the pitch. It's in there for a strike. No balls and 1 strike to Garrett Freeman. One on the way. Down low. Count evens. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. One on the way. And it's in there for strike 2. 1-2 to Garrett Freeman. Hagee set. Here's the 1-2. Freeman takes a breaking ball low. And count evens. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two and 2 on Garrett Freeman. Next pitch. Freeman swings. He's going to hit one to the left side. Wishon will throw it over to second for 1. Relay to first base. Double play. Second double play in as many innings turned by the Mount Marty infield. That time all the way around the horn. 5-4-3. And Wishon makes amends for the error a moment ago. So it'll bring to the plate a pinch hitter for the Warriors. This is number 8, Max Duckweiler. Duckweiler will bat in Sotero Urano's spot in the order. He pinch hits here in the second. And most likely Urano will return. So bases are cleared with 2 down. And Duckweiler will come in. Duckweiler pinch hit in game number 1. The pitch. He takes it for a strike. 0-1 to Duckweiler, the Nashville, Tennessee native. He pinch hit in the 5th inning of game number 1, and he struck out swinging. The 0-1. Misses. It's now 1-1. Duckweiler obviously is anxious because he's looking for his first hit of the year. He's now 0 for 6 on the season. Here's the 1-1. Takes a fastball for a strike. It's the count on Duckweiler, 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Max Duckweiler. 2 outs, nobody on, bottom of the 2nd. The 1-2 pitch. Misses outside. So the count goes to 2-2 on Duckweiler. Hits are even at 3 apiece. Both teams have committed an error. And Mount Marty leads on the scoreboard 3-1. Here's the stretch. And the 2-2. Duckweiler swings. He hits this ball in the air toward right. Long run for Kondo, and he can't get to it. It drops for a base hit. Duckweiler around first. He's on his way towards second. He'll stroll in there with a double. And Max Duckweiler has his first hit of the season. A double to right field here in the 2nd inning. So it's good to see Duckweiler find that first one to drop for him. And I believe the Warriors will send a pinch runner out for Duckweiler, and that's going to be Ben Kirkland. So Kirkland pinch runs here in the 2nd. So Kirkland's on at second base with 2 down, and it'll bring top of the order Alex Lopez to the plate. In essence, I guess you could call it a courtesy runner because it's for the catcher's spot in the order, although Duckweiler was the pinch hitter. You catching all this, Lorenzo? There's a test later. And so now Shea Bennett is talking to home plate umpire Wade Spencer. And I think they might be discussing just that as well. He's just double-checking to make sure that it's as a courtesy role, which would allow Sotero Urano to probably come back in the ballgame next half inning as the catcher. With all that said and done and all the logistics taking place, Alex Lopez will come to the plate for the 2nd time. Lopez is 1 for 1. He singled and scored in the 1st inning. 3-1, Mount Marty with the lead. We're in the bottom of the 2nd. Pitch by Hagee. Lopez tried to hold up, does, and the pitch misses down low. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Alex Lopez with Jake LaCorey to bat next. One to know the count. Hagee's ready, and the pitch. That misses down low. It's 2-0. As usually I will do, I'll talk about food during the ball games as well. And I was talking to Lorenzo here, our work study, who is from Portugal and on the soccer team, about Portuguese food earlier. And he said he might cook something, but that'll be at home by himself and not sharing with anyone else. Don't blame him. Here's a ball that's going to be chopped foul. It's 2-1, so Lorenzo goes with the Portuguese food. Mendy will go something maybe veggie-like. Right? You did not have a salad last night? Oh, you did have a salad. Jeremy, I think, is a bacon cheeseburger type of guy, I'm guessing. Yeah, here's the 2-1. This pitch is a called strike. Delayed call from Wade Spencer. I think that fooled everybody at home plate. The catcher, the batter, and maybe Spencer himself. So the count evens at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Alex Lopez. Runner at second, 2 down. Hagee's pitch. Lopez chases it, swings and misses. It bounced out of the glove of the catcher. And did he tag him? Yep. I think I say yes, he did. All right, now we got some confusion here because Alex Lopez says, nobody ever touched me. But Wade Spencer threw up the arm saying, yep, there was contact, and that's a tag out for the strikeout. So Lopez strikes out, and for Zach Hagee, that'll be his first strikeout of the contest, and that'll do it for the Warriors here in the 2nd. In the inning, no runs, 1 hit, there was 1 error, and there was 1 runner left on base. We played 2 with Mount Marty leading Midland 3-1 More in a moment on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back in Moeller Field, we go to the third inning. Mount Marty leading Midland by a score of 3-1. Sotero Ureno, who was pinch hit for earlier, has now re-entered the ballgame as the catcher. As we go to the third, the Lancers will have the 4, 5, and 6 batters at the plate. Ryan Bachman, Kiko Nunez, and Ethan Wishon against Cole Hopke. First pitch of the third, breaking ball outside, ball 1. 1-0 and Ryan Bachman, who's 0 for 1. He popped up to Connor Peterson at shortstop in the first inning. 3-1, Mount Marty with the lead. The Warriors about hit the Lancers, though, 4-3. This pitch is swung on and hit in the air, center field, and hit deep. LaCorey back by the track. He'll reach up and make the catch about a foot shy of the warning track for out number 1. So Bachman flies out for the first out here of the third. That'll bring the designated hitter Kiko Nunez to the plate. Nunez had an RBI single in the first inning. The Warriors will put that shift on. Time is called as the players shift. That was very nice of Wade Spencer to let that happen. You don't have to do that as an umpire. He was just letting everybody get where they needed to be. Nunez tried to hold up, but swings and misses. Strike 1. No balls and a strike to Kiko Nunez. Ethan Wishon will be next. Hupke's 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. So last time the Warriors had the shift on, they did so with runners at first and second. And it backfired on Midland with Nunez hitting the ball in the hole. This pitch is swung on a miss, strike 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kiko Nunez. Hupke winds and delivers. Breaking ball, swung on, fouled off at home plate. So Nunez stays alive. The count 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Kiko Nunez. Next pitch on the way. Swing and a foul tip in the glove of Ureno for strike 3. So Hupke gets a strikeout, his 4th. And there are now 2 down in the inning. So that'll bring to the plate the third baseman, number 13, Ethan Wishon. Wishon is 0 for 1. He struck out looking his first time. Hupke's pitch. Swung on and fouled back to the screen. No balls and 1 strike to Wishon. And Shugo Kondo is on deck. Hupke's 0-1 on the way. Breaking ball, swung on, hit to right. Gomez coming on and will make the catch waist high for the final out of the inning. So Cole Hopke, after giving up a run in each of the first 2 innings, retires the Lancers in order in the third. As we go to the bottom of the third inning, Mount Marty still leads Midland 3-1. This is MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Welcome back. We go to the bottom of the third at Moeller Field, and Mount Marty is leading Midland by a score of 3-1. It'll be the 2, 3, and 4 batters for the Warriors. Center fielder Jake LaCory, followed by Josh Hardiman and Hayden Crawford against Zach Hagee. LaCory laid down a sacrifice bunt his first time. So no official at bat. First pitch from Hagee. He shows bunt here and takes a curveball for a strike. 0-1 to LaCory. If Midland could come back and get a victory, they would sweep the doubleheader and they would salvage a split of the weekend series. The 0-1. Right on the corner, fastball for a strike. 0-2 to LaCory. No balls, 2 strikes. Hagee is actually working out of the modified windup, and the pitch is going to miss. 1-2 to LaCory. Lancers got 2 in the first, run in the second. Midland scored a run in the bottom of the first. The 1-2. Swung on, a little tapper back to the mound. Hagee can't field it clean. They got by him, and safe on the play will be LaCory. That's going to go as an error. It was a little bouncer. Hagee was in very good position to field the ball, but it went right over the heel of his glove. So that'll be the second error of the contest on the Lancers. And Midland has a base runner at first with nobody out. It'll bring up the third baseman, Josh Hardiman, who is 1 for 1 with an RBI single in the first inning. Throw to first, and that'll chase the runner back. Although Hagee didn't touch the ball, that was very playable. I think he maybe just took his eye off of it, and it was a little one-hopper. Right back to the mound that he could not field. The pitch, Hardiman swings and misses. Strike 1. No balls, 1 strike on Josh Hardiman. The first inning, Midland saw them put 3 hits together and score 1 run. Another throw to first. We'll chase LaCory back to the bag. Jake LaCory is 7 for 8 on stolen base attempts. Actually 8 for 9, I beg your pardon, because he stole a base in the first inning of game number 1. And Hagee keeping a close eye on LaCory. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch. Hardiman lays off a breaking ball. Count evens, 1 ball and 1 strike on Josh Hardiman. One and 1 the count. Next pitch, Hardiman chases high and misses, and the count's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jamestown and Doane playing in Crete today. The Jimmies took game 1 10-1, and in game 2, Doane now leads 4-3 in the bottom of the 5th. Next pitch, Hardiman swings. It's a bouncing ball left side. Wishon's got it over to second for 1. Relay to first, double play. That is the 3rd double play turned by Mount Marty's infield in 3 innings. Hardiman hits into the 5-4-3 ground out double play. So Hagee letting his defense do the work. 2 down now, brings to the plate the designated hitter, number 37, Hayden Crawford. Crawford 1 for 1. He singled in the first inning and got stranded out at second base. Hagee will work out a stretch with nobody on. Crawford tried to check his swing late, and it's a strike. No balls and 1 strike to Hayden Crawford. This has kind of been the theme all weekend. Midland has found themselves trailing, trying to climb their way back up from behind. The 0-1. Crawford lays off a pitch, and it's now 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Hayden Crawford. Stretch by Hagee. The 1-1. Breaks outside. It's now 2-1. Bottom of the 7th in Sioux Center. Concordia leads Dort 9-1. Morningside took game 1 of a doubleheader over Hastings today in Sioux City, 1-0 in 11 innings. Hagee ready to deliver a 2-1. Crawford lays off a pitch high, and it's now 3 balls and a strike. Broncos and Mustangs have just started Game 2 in Sioux City. No score there. And Concordia and Dort will play Game 2 after a bit. I think they were delayed up in Sioux Center today. The Concordia-Dort game started a little bit late. Here's a high pop-up into shallow center field. Coming in from center is Gardner. He'll make the catch, and that will end the inning. So Crawford flies out to center, and that does it for Midland in the third. But 3 straight innings, the Mount Marty Lancers have turned a double play, which has helped out Zach Hagee. No runs. With 1 hit, 1 error. Nobody left. We played 3-1 the Lancers on MidlandAthletics.com and BSD and Live. Three innings complete from Moeller Field. We go to the top of the fourth. 3-1, Mount Marty with the lead. Not many times do you see a baseball team turn a double play in consecutive innings, but Mount Marty's defense here in Game 2 has turned a double play in each of the 3 innings so far. And offensively, Shugo Kondo will lead things off. He homered last time at the plate against Cole Hupke. First pitch from Hupke. It's a breaking ball, and it's in there for a strike. 0-1 to Shugo Kondo. Kondo, Deming, Goki, 7-8-9 here in the Lancer order. The 0-1. Another breaking ball in there for a strike. So the count is no balls and 2 strikes on Shugo Kondo. Hupke gets a sign from Urano, and the pitch. Fastball, swung and a miss, strike 3. Another strikeout for Cole Hupke, his 5th, and he's retired 6 in a row.
Now batting, number 28, Vaughn Deming.
That'll bring up left fielder Vaughn Deming. Deming 1 for 1. He singled in the second. Got the second base on a pass ball and was stranded. He swings and misses at the first pitch here. No balls and a strike. 1 strike on Vaughn Deming. The 0-1. Swung on and fouled out of the play to the parking lot to the right side. And you count on no balls and 2 strikes on Vaughn Deming. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball, strike 3. So another strikeout for Cole Hupke. Give him 6 and 3 2/3. So Hupke looks like he's starting to get more comfortable.
Now batting, number 29, Joe Goki.
Brings up the shortstop, number 29, Joe Goki. Goki 0 for 1. He was a strikeout victim in the second. This pitch is a check swing foul ball for strike 1. No balls and 1 strike to Goki. Hupke's 0-1. Breaking ball low. The count evens. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. If Goki gets aboard, then it's back to the top of the order with Aiden Chang. Comes the 1-1 pitch. Fastball, that's fouled off at home plate. And Hupke ahead in the count here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 to the Lancer shortstop. Hupke ready. The 1-2. Breaking ball misses. And count evens. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hupke the type of pitcher you can tell that when he starts to have success, he works quicker and quicker and quicker. The 2-2. Breaking ball swung on, grounded to third. Hardiman's got it cleanly. He'll fire it across to Freeman, and it's in time for the final out of the inning. And Cole Hupke has retired 8 straight batters. That'll do it for Mount Marty here in the fourth. 3 up and 3 down. Going to the bottom of the fourth. It's still a 3-1 Lancer lead. This is MidlandAthletics.com and BSD and Live. Back in Moeller Field, Fremont, Nebraska. Rich Ray with you on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. Midland is trailing Mount Marty by a score of 3-1 in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Midland won the first game today 4-3 after Mount Marty took the first two games of the weekend series yesterday, 5-2 and 10-9. Here's Devin Gomez. Gomez walked his first time. Zach Hagee delivers the first pitch, and Gomez takes it down low. 1 ball, no strikes. Both starters still on the mound. Hagee in 3 innings has given up a run off 4 hits and has struck out 1. Gomez hits this ball in the air toward right center, and this one is going to split the outfielders and wind up on the warning track. Gomez will scoot into second base. He's got a leadoff double. Devin Gomez doubles for Midland. 7th double of the season for Gomez. So runner second, nobody out. And I think they're going to get a new baseball out there to Zach Hagee. After that ball splashed on the warning track out in right center, that got muddied up. So it'll bring up second baseman Alec Villanueva. Villanueva hit into a 6-4-3 ground-out double play, which ended the Warrior first inning. Here's the pitch. Villanueva swings and grounds one towards short. The throw will go to third base, and out trying to get to third is going to be Gomez. Gomez made a costly running mistake there. When the ball is hit in front of you, when you're a base runner at second with less than 2 outs, you got to stay put. And he tried to advance on the play, and that was a heads-up play by Goki to retire Gomez. That goes 6-5. As Villanueva's on the fielder's choice, so there's 1 down. Brings up shortstop Connor Peterson. Here's the pitch, and it's in there for a strike. Now, I understand, you see the ball hit on the ground, you're thinking you got to go. That's one of those situations where you just got to know the situation a little bit better. And Gomez took off with the ball in front of him, and it was an easy play to throw to third. The 0-1, runner goes, and Peterson swings and fouls it back. So Villanueva will retreat back to first base. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Villanueva, the Warriors' top base stealer on the year. Now Peterson's got to protect the plate with 2 strikes on him. Stretch by Hagee. Throws to first base. Runner back. That's unfortunate because, the Warriors get some momentum there. Gomez gets the double. You got a runner in scoring position. Try to put something together, and then you run your way into an out. Another throw on over to first base. We saw Peterson with a big 2-run home run in the bottom of the 6th of game number 1. If he does it here again, he could tie the ball game. Here's the 0-2. Outside for a ball, throw back down to first, and going back in is Villanueva safely. So Mount Marty making Villanueva run around a little bit. The count 1 ball and 2 strikes on Connor Peterson. Hagee now ready. The 1-2. Peterson swings and pops it up. Back behind home plate, back near the fence, and able to make the catch is Aiden Chang for out number 2. So Peterson fouls out to the catcher with 2 down. That'll bring up first baseman Garrett Freeman. Freeman coming into today batting 174. No homers, 4 runs batted in. And Garrett got off to a torrid start last year and then suffered an injury. And was injured again earlier this season. The pitch is inside and low. Throw on down to second, not in time. That'll be a stolen base, and then gets away. And shaken up in the play is Ryan Bachman, the second baseman. So it's going to be a stolen base and an error, and then time's called for the attention here to Ryan Bachman. A stolen base for Villanueva. An error on the throw. Gets Villanueva down to third. And now they will come on out and take a look at Ryan Bachman on the play. The initial part of that play was that pitch that was high and tight on Freeman. And the throw from Chang, he had to step to his left to field the pitch, and then he threw it around Freeman, but Freeman was placed perfectly in the batter's box, so Wade Spencer, the home plate umpire, was waving off any interference there. So the throw didn't have anything on it that Chang wanted. And then Bachman trying to take the throw down at second base and was shaken up as Villanueva went into the bag. I think it was just incidental contact there, but Bachman got the worst of it. He's going to be all right and stay in the game. The count should be 1 ball and no strikes here on Garrett Freeman. 1-0 on the Midland first baseman. Let's see if Freeman can deliver here and cut this lead in half. 2 outs, runner at third. Hagee's ready. The 1-0. Freeman takes a fastball on the outside corner for a strike. It's now 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike to Garrett Freeman. Well, one thing we can guarantee is that Mount Marty will not turn a double play for the 4th straight inning. The 1-1 from Hagee. Breaking ball, foul off to the right. So the count now goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 on the Midland first baseman. It looks like Dax Wandler has a bat in his hand. He's on deck. Here's the stretch. And the 1-2. Freeman takes it down low. Good block by Chang. The count evens. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 on Garrett Freeman. Villanueva at third. The pitch. Freeman holds off of a breaking ball down low. So now an appeal off to Curtis Carlson. He says no swing. So now the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Freeman trying to extend the inning here. Base hit. Could make it a 1-run game. Hagee's ready. The 3-2. And Freeman swings and hits this ball in the air to right center field. And coming on over is Kondo, and he'll chase it down and make the catch for the final out of the inning. I thought that had a chance to drop earlier, but Kondo with really good speed was able to chase it down for out number 3. So Freeman flies out. The Warriors threaten but don't score here in the 4th. No runs, 1 hit. There was 1 error and 1 runner left on base. We're through 4 with Mount Marty leading 3-1. More in a moment on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back at Moeller Field in Fremont, Nebraska. Appreciate you being with us here on this Easter holiday weekend. Rich Ray with you. This is the final game of this 4-game weekend series. Now, Marty taking both games yesterday, 5-2 and 10-9. And Midland coming from behind to defeat the Lancers in Game 1 today, scoring 3 in the bottom of the 6th, then holding on for a 4-3 victory. 3-1, Mount Marty leads here in the 5th. Aiden Chang leads things off. And he'll take a breaking ball from Cole Hupke for a strike. It's 0-1. Chang has faced Hupke twice today and has been hit by a pitch both times. No balls and 1 strike. Next pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. And the count 0-2 on the Lancer catcher. No balls and 2 strikes on Aiden Chang with Will Gardner to bat next. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball outside. The count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, our next broadcast of Midland Athletics will be next Saturday when the Midland baseball team takes on Concordia. The 1-2. Breaking ball, tap foul at home plate. That'll be a 1 o'clock doubleheader right back here at Moeller Field. And then the following day, on April the 7th, Midland goes to Concordia to play a doubleheader. 1-2 on Chang. The pitch is high. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 on Aiden Chang. Next pitch by Hupke. Swung on, hit back up the middle. Peterson ranging to his left, dives to keep it along the infield, and that'll be a base hit. Just left of the mound, and Peterson went quite a ways, but Chang comes up with a single. And he will be courtesy run for once again by Evan Bach. So Bach is the runner at first, and brings up center fielder Will Gardner. Runner goes. Pitch, throw from Urano. Tag, not in time. Stolen base. The throw was just to the left of second base, and Peterson had to swipe the tag. But Bach was able to get in underneath the tag for a stolen base and get in scoring position. The count is no balls and 1 strike on Will Gardner. 3-1 Mount Marty, top of the 5th. Hupke's pitch. Swung on and hit in the air to the left, but it's out of play. And the count now goes to 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes on Will Gardner. Hupke ready again. The 0-2 on the way. Swung on and tap foul. The count stays no balls and 2 strikes to Will Gardner. Hupke checks the base runner. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Elevated and brought it inside, and Gardner could not make contact, and that's the 7th strikeout for Cole Hupke in 4 1/3. So there's 1 down. That'll bring up first baseman Bodie Waller. Waller is 0 for 2. He's struck out and flown out to left field. Runner at second, 1 out. Hupke pick-off play and throws it in center field. Errant throw will allow Evan Bach to get down to third. That was that daylight play where the shortstop slides in from behind, and then on timing, the pitcher twirls and throws, but when Hupke threw it, it sailed on him, and he knew he made a mistake right away. So the error charged to Hupke, and that is the second error on the Warriors now. So a runner third. Here's the pitch. Waller swings and misses. No balls and a strike. And now the Lancers have an opportunity to extend the lead. Runner at third with 1 out. No balls and 1 strike here on Waller. Hupke's next pitch. Swung on and fouled down the left side out of play, and it's now 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes on Bodie Waller. Hupke with a look in. He's got his sign. The 0-2 swung on and hit in the air toward right field, and this is deep. If it's fair, it's gone. And it's gone. A 2-run home run for Bodie Waller. Turned on it and snuck it inside the right field foul pole. Second home run hit by the Lancers in this ballgame as Bodie Waller extends the lead. And now the Lancers lead by a score of 5-1. Bodie Waller, the junior from Papillion. Homers for the Lancers. For Waller, his 5th home run of the year. (5-1) Mount Marty with the lead now. We're 1 down. Here's Ryan Bachman. Bachman takes the pitch high, ball one. Shugo Kondo homered in the second. Bodie Waller with a 2-run home run here in the fifth. Here's the 1-0. Breaks outside, and it's now 2 balls and no strikes. Check some Major League Baseball scores for you in progress today. Bottom of the 6th at Camden Yards. Baltimore leads the Los Angeles Angels 3-1. 2-0 pitch to Bachman. He takes it for a strike. It's 2-1. Top of the 3rd inning in Philadelphia, the Braves are leading the Phillies 7-3. Bottom of the 4th in Oakland, Cleveland leads the Athletics 5-3. There's the 2-1. That hit him. Pitch got away from Hupke and hits Bachman. That's the 3rd batter that Hupke's hit with a pitch in the ballgame. So the inning will get extended to Kiko Nunez. Runner at first with 1 out. In Kansas City, the Twins and the Royals are scoreless. That's in the bottom of the 6th. Top of the 6th in Miami. Pittsburgh leads the Marlins 5-2. Nunez at the plate, 1 for 2 this afternoon. Here's the pitch. He swings and misses for strike 1. Top of the 6th inning in St. Petersburg. Tampa Bay leads Toronto 3-0. Bottom of the 5th in Cincinnati. The Reds lead the Nationals 3-2. Next pitch to Nunez at the knees for a strike. It's 0-2. 2 finals earlier today. The Brewers defeated the Mets 7-6, and the Tigers down the White Sox 7-6 in 10 innings. 0-2 pitch to Nunez, and he fouls it straight back. It remains 0-2. Games tonight. Cubs are at the Rangers. Yankees at the Astros. San Francisco's in San Diego. The Rockies are at the Diamondbacks. Cardinals are at the Dodgers. And Boston is in Seattle. And that's the Major League Baseball scoreboard. 0-2 to Nunez, and it got away from Urano, and that'll be the second pass ball here on Urano. The pitch was outside, but it bounced right off Urano's glove, and Bachman gets down to second base. So they count 1 ball and 2 strikes, and the Lancers have another runner in scoring position. And now Midland is going to change its shift up. Hardiman goes back to his third base spot, and it'll be Peterson who shifts on over to the right side of second base from shortstop. Here's the 1-2. Nunez swings and misses, strike 3. Another strikeout for Cole Hupke. That's his 8th. And there are 2 down here in the 5th inning. So that brings Ethan Wishon to the plate. He was 0 for 2. He is struck out looking, and he is lined out to right field. 5-1 Mount Marty. We're in the top of the 5th inning. Here's the pitch. Wishon hits a sharp ground ball in right field, a base hit. Bachman's going to try to score, and the throw from right field will be cut off, and it's now 6-1, the Lancers. Ethan Wishon with an RBI single to right. And we'll see if the leash gets a little bit shorter here on Cole Hupke.
Now batting, number 1, Shugo Kondo.
That will be an earned run. So 6-1 the score. And Kondo will be coming to the plate. Got a right-hander with a sweatshirt on that's starting to toss the ball around down in the bullpen for Midland. Time call here for second. Wade Spencer writes something down on his card. Wishon is the base runner. And I believe it was the second mound visit for Midland. That was the ruling there. All right, so here's Kondo. 1 for 2. Hupke's pitch. Kondo takes a breaking ball low. 1 ball and no strikes to the Mount Marty right fielder. 6-1 the Lancers here in game 2. The 1-0. Fastball low. Count goes to 2 balls and no strikes. 2-0 on Kondo with Vaughn Deming to bat next. Hupke up to 81 pitches. The 2-0. Down low. It's now 3 balls and no strikes. Ethan Wishon, the base runner at first. Here's the 3-0. And that's high and tight for ball 4. So another base runner. And they'll put runners at first and second with 2 down. And Vaughn Deming will bat next. Hupke trying to work his way out of this 5th inning. Deming is 1 for 2. And he's singled and struck out. Here's the pitch. That's outside for a ball, and now Hupke looks like he's battling the strike zone all of a sudden. 2 runs in the first, a run in the second. 3 more here in the 5th for Mount Marty to make it a 6-1 lead. Hupke is set, and the 1-0. Slides outside. 2 balls and no strikes. 2-0 on Vaughn Deming. Next pitch. Fastball, missed down and in. So now Hupke's trying to find the corners and just can't find the plate. 3-0 on Vaughn Deming. Hupke set, and the 3-0. Inside corner, called strike. 3-1 the count. Lancers about hit Midland now 6-5. Hupke ready. 3-1. Good fastball at the knees for a strike. It's 3-2. So Hupke battles back to get it full, and now the runners will be off and going. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 down. Cole Hupke gets his sign from Urano. And the pitch. Swung on and hit in the air toward right. Devin Gomez takes a couple steps back, keeps floating, and will make the catch shy of the track for the final out of the inning. Deming flies out to right, and that's going to do it for the Lancers, but they send 8 batters to the plate, scoring 3 runs, and they do it on a total of 3 hits. There was 1 error, and 2 runners left. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. 6-1 Mount Marty. This is MidlandAthletics.com and BSD and Live. Back at Moeller Field in Fremont, we go to the bottom of the 5th. Mount Marty leading Midland by the score of 6-1. And the Warriors will bring a pinch hitter to the plate, number 4, Dax Wandler, sophomore from Brooks, Alberta, Canada. And he will swing a bat for the first time today. He's batting in Sotero Urano's spot in the order. Wandler batting 118 on the year. He's got 2 hits and 17 at-bats. One of those 2 hits is a home run, and he's knocked in 7. So Wandler, this is Sotero Urano's spot in the order here, so we'll see if Urano will return, or maybe we'll see another catcher come on out in the 6th inning. First pitch to Wandler. Down low from Zach Hagee, 1 ball and no strikes. Hagee's worked 4 innings. He's given up 1 run off 5 hits, and he has struck out 1 batter. Hagee's 1-0. Hit off the end of the bat, left side. Washon gloves it cleanly, and we'll toss it over to first for out number 1. So Wandler grounds out, and that's the first out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. So back to the top of the order for Midland. For left fielder, Alex Lopez. Lopez is 1 for 2. He singled and scored in the first inning and struck out swinging in the second. Warriors won the first game today, 4-3, but they trail here in game 2, 6-1. Hagee's pitch. Breaking ball, Lopez swings and hits it in the air to left center. Coming on over, diving effort, but unable to come up with it is Gardner. He quickly picks it up, though, as it didn't get very far behind him. It was arm's length behind him, and he quickly throws it back in the infield. And Alex Lopez has a single, his second hit of the ballgame. So a runner at first with one down, and he brings Jake LaCorey to the plate. LaCorey is 0 for 1. He laid down a sacrifice bunt in the first, and then on a little dribbler back to Heggie at the mound, Heggie didn't field it cleanly, and LaCorey reached on the air. There's the stretch and the pitch to LaCorey, and he takes a fastball for a strike. No balls, 1 strike to Jake LaCorey. In game 1, we saw Mount Marty pitcher Jared Miller pitch really well, worked all the way into the 6th, and then he ran into trouble, and he gave up those 3 runs, courtesy of a couple of home runs in the 6th inning. The 0-1 down low, and it's now 1 ball and 1 strike. So Mount Marty has not had to use their bullpen at all here in the doubleheader today because Miller went all 6 innings in game 1. Zach Heggie started and then now works his way into the 5th here in game 2. The 1-1. And LaCorey fouls it off. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Jake LaCorey. Bottom of the 5th at Moeller Field in Fremont. Finally, we've been able to get nice weather for baseball. Still a little bit of a breeze this weekend, but temperatures have been much more comfortable. Throw on over to first, and the runner's back. 1-2 the count here on the Midland center fielder, Jake LaCorey. Stretch by Heggie, and the pitch. LaCorey hits a bouncing ball through the right side. That'll be a base hit. Lopez had to hold up to make sure it got through and then gets to second base. So a couple consecutive one-out singles for Midland, puts runners at first and second. That'll bring up third baseman Josh Hardiman. Hardiman's 1 for 2. He had an RBI single in the first, and then he bounced into a 5-4-3 ground-out double play in the third. Here's the stretch. And the pitch to Hardiman. Fastball, it's in there for a strike, and Hardiman upset that he didn't pull the trigger on that first pitch. No balls and 1 strike to count. Hagee's next pitch. Hardiman fouls off a breaking ball, and is behind in the count now, no balls and 2 strikes. 0-2 on Josh Hardiman. Heggie a long look in to Chang for the sign. Now the 0-2. Waved at, missed for strike 3. Hardiman, not the at-bat that he wanted there, as he strikes out, and that's the second strikeout of the ballgame for Zach Heggie. And they're now 2 down. That'll bring up the designated hitter, number 37, Hayden Crawford. Crawford's 1 for 2. He singled in the first and flew out to center field in the third inning. First pitch to Crawford, and he takes a breaking ball in the outside corner for a strike. No balls and 1 strike to Crawford. Devin Gomez will bat next. Lopez at second. LaCorey's at first. Pitch to Crawford. That's off the corner for a ball. It's now 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike to the Midland designated hitter. Crawford has played first base for 3 of the 4 games this series. He DHs here in this one as Garrett Freeman back in the lineup. Here's the 1-1. Crawford waves at a breaking ball that was high and misses, and it's now 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 to Crawford. Zach Heggie ready to work. The 1-2. Off the corner for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Midland cleanup batter. Warriors scored a run in the first. An RBI single by Josh Hardiman, played Yalex Lopez. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch. Crawford checked his swing and one down low. So now the count goes full. So 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 down. The runners at first and second will be on the move. And Hagee will battle here with Crawford. Hagee's ready, turns and whirls and throws to second base, chasing Lopez back to the bag. Not a bad idea there, knowing that the runners will be off and going. Bachman took that throw cleanly. Counts full, 3-2. There it comes. Crawford swings, hits this ball in the air, deep left center field, back by the fence, and gone. A 3-run home run for Hayden Crawford, and Midland is back in this ball game. It's now 6-4. The third home run of the weekend for Hayden Crawford, and he hits a 3-run shot here, a 3-2 pitch that was about knee high. He had dropped the barrel of the bat and got all of it, and hits it out in left center field. So Hayden Crawford homers. First home run for the Warriors here in Game 2. And it gets interesting again. It's now 6-4. Crawford with his 5th home run of the season. The inning continues now for Devin Gomez. Gomez 1 for 1. Takes a pitch down and in for a ball, 1-0. Last time at the plate, Gomez doubled, but then had a base running gaffe as he tried to advance to third on a ground ball in front of him and was thrown out. Here's the 1-0. Swings and taps it foul. The count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. The home run ball is the ultimate difference maker, is it not? Midland came in the inning down by 5 and now down by 2. 1-1 pitch. That's high and outside. 2 balls and a strike. Zach Hagee, that's the 2nd home run he's given up this season. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Gomez swings and pops it foul to our left out of play. And the count is even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And all of a sudden the Warriors have out hit Mount Marty 8-6. 2-2 the count on Gomez. Here's the pitch. Gomez swings, pops it in the air left side out of play. Just got enough of it. 2-2 on Devin Gomez. Alec Villanueva awaits. Both starters are getting to about the end of their appearance here. Gomez hits it on the ground sharply to short. Goki's got it. He'll toss it over to first. Waller with a stretch. Stayed on the bag, and that's the final out of the inning. So Gomez grounds to shortstop. That'll do it for Midland, but the Warriors get back into the contest with 3 runs on 3 hits. The big hit, the 3-run homer by Hayden Crawford. No errors, nobody left. We have played 5 at Moeller Field. 6-4, Mount Marty. More in a moment on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back in Moeller Field, the Warriors are back in the ball game, courtesy of a 3-run home run by Hayden Crawford. Midland now trailing Mount Marty 6-4 as we go to the top of the sixth, and changes here for the Warriors. New pitcher in the ballgame, Tyler Dunham. He takes over for Cole Hupke. Hupke went 5 innings, gave up 6 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned, walked 2, struck out 8, gave up a couple of home runs, and hit 3 batters. And now behind the plate catching is Kobe Sandstrom for Midland. So Tyler Dunham is on the mound, junior from Marshalltown, Iowa. Dunham 2-0 with a 2.35 earned run average. He'll face Joe Goki to begin the top of the sixth. The first pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. Dunham making his 4th appearance of the year. He's worked 7 2/3, given up 8 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned. He struck out 7 and walked 2. The 0-1. Slow off-speed pitch that is in there for a strike, although Sandstrom had trouble catching it. It's still a strike. It's 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. You gain momentum like this offensively, and the best thing that you want is to see, your pitcher come up and shut down the next 3 batters. The 0-2 just missed off the corner, and the count 1-2 to Joe Goki. Dunham's got that slow breaking ball with lots of movement away from the right-handed batter. Comes the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, bouncer back over the mound. To his left is Villanueva. Throws off balance from beyond second base and makes the play for out number 1. Nice job by Villanueva. So Goki is retired for the first out here in the 6th inning. 1 down now. Back to the top of the order. It's catcher Aiden Chang. Chang is 1 for 1. He's been hit by a pitch twice, and then he singled in the 5th inning. So Chang will get ready to step in. Pitch from Dunham. Swung on and hit in the air to left. Coming on, Lopez. He will make a diving catch. Went to his knees, fell down, and the heel of the glove hit the ground as well, and he held on to it. Yes, Chang lines out to left. And quickly 2 down here in the Lancers' 6th inning. So it brings up the center fielder, number 19, Will Gardner. Gardner's 0 for 2. He's walked, flown out, and struck out swinging. Pitch from Dunham. Gardner takes a fastball for a strike. It's 0-1. No balls, 1 strike to Will Gardner. Bodie Waller will be next. 6-4 the Lancers, top of 6. The 0-1. That's in the dirt and bounces away, and the count evens. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Both teams scored 3 runs in the 5th inning. We're now on the top of the 6th. Here's the 1-1. Swung on and pulled foul down the right side. The count goes to 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes and Will Gardner. Tyler Dunham's 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball missed low and away. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Midland plays Concordia next Saturday at home, and then at Concordia next Sunday. Mount Marty Friday will host Dort. This pitch swung on a miss, strike 3, and that ends the inning. So a strikeout for Tyler Dunham, and that'll do it for the Lancers in the 6th, retired in order. 3 up and 3 down. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Still a 6-4 Mount Marty lead on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. 6-4 Mount Marty. Alec Villanueva leads things off for the Warriors against Zach Hagee. First pitch to Villanueva is a bouncer, and it's gloved by Heggie. Reaches up, snares it, throws to first, one down. Villanueva tried to bounce it over the mound, but Heggie played his position well. And there's one out here in the bottom of the sixth. That'll bring up the shortstop, number 34, Connor Peterson. Peterson's 0 for 2, reached on an error in the second inning, and he fouled out to the catcher in the fourth. Zach Hagee's pitch. Peterson takes a breaking ball for a strike at the knees on the outside corner. No balls, one strike to Connor Peterson. Next offering, Peterson pops it in the air, foul right side. Midland softball team gets a sweep of a doubleheader today, defeating Hastings in Game 1 7-1 and wins Game 2 4-3. Warriors softball team performing very, very well. 0-2 to Connor Peterson. He swings, he hits a bouncing ball back behind the third base bag with Sean with a long throw across. No, it's off the money. That's going to be a tough ruling there. The throw brought the first baseman off the bag. If it's on the bag, it's probably gets Peterson. So I think you got to charge an error there. It's got to be an error on the third baseman on the throw. Well, Sean did a good job going back behind the bag and made a strong throw. But as I mentioned, it brought Waller off the bag. And Jax Sorensen will now pinch run for Connor Peterson. So Midland's got a base runner at first with one out. And Garrett Freeman will be coming to the plate. There were good things by Washawn on that play to go to his right and backhand it behind the bag. And he makes a strong throw across the diamond, but if it's on the money, it would have got Peterson. But the throw was off the bag. So here's Freeman. Garrett swings at the first pitch, hits it high in the air, deep left field. This ball is gone, and we've got a tie game. Garrett Freeman returns into the lineup and delivers big for the Warriors here in the sixth as he hits a two-run home run. It's a 6-6 ball game. Welcome back, Garrett Freeman. His first home run of the year. And that might be the type of baseball that we saw from Freeman in the first half of his season last year. Garrett Freeman with the two-run home run. So both those will end up as earned runs because it's a home run. And that's going to do it for Heggie. So we'll have a new pitcher in the ball game. One out, nobody on, bottom of the sixth. 6-6 game. Back with more in a moment on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. All right, back in Moeller Field. Bottom of the sixth. I want to correct a statement I made before we went to break. Just one of those two runs is earned on the play as Connor Peterson reached on an error and gave way to Jack Sorensen. Then Garrett Freeman hit the two-run home run. Zach Hagee's day is done, and he hands the ball off to Cade Sudbeck. Sudbeck, redshirt sophomore from Elkhorn out of Omaha Skutt Catholic, will pitch for the second time in this series. As he will face Kobe Sandstrom at the plate. First pitch misses. 1-0 to Sandstrom. Next pitch, foul tip for a strike. So the count evens at 1-1. Warriors have come back from 5 runs down to tie this. It's 6-6 in the bottom of the 6th. The 1-1. That's high for a ball. It's 2 balls on the strike. 2-1 on Kobe Sandstrom. Cade Sudbeck, no record, 5.40 ERA, appearance number 4 on the year. A 2-1. That's high for a ball. It's now 3 balls and a strike. Sudbeck has worked 3 1/3 innings this season, given up 4 hits, 2 runs, both earned. Struck out 6, and he has walked 1. 3-1 pitch on the way. And it's taken for strike 2. So the count full on Kobe Sandstrom, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sudbeck pitched a third of an inning yesterday. This pitch is swung on, hit in the air to right. Coming in from right field and making the catch is Shugo Kondo for out number 2. So Sandstrom flies out to right field for the second out. It'll bring to the top of the order to the plate now, left fielder Alex Lopez. 6-6 tie, bottom of the 6th inning. And Lopez steps in 2 for 3, 2 singles, 2 runs scored. He's also struck out swinging. Sudbeck's pitch. Swung on, hit in the air down the right field side. It will slice into the bullpen out of play. 0-1 here on Lopez. The long ball has been the story today for Midland. Crawford, a 3-run shot in the 5th. Garrett Freeman, a 2-run home run to tie it up here in the 6th. The 0-1, and Lopez swings and misses. And it's now no balls and 2 strikes. 0-2 on the Midland leadoff batter, left fielder Alex Lopez. Sudbeck's 0-2. Down low. 1-2 the count. Cade Sudbeck in relief of Zach Hagee. Here's the 1-2. Lopez swings, missed it. It got behind the catcher. Chang picks it up, throws to first, and records the strikeout for the final out of the inning. So Lopez strikes out, and that's the first strikeout for Cade Sudbeck, and that'll do it for Midland in the 6th. But the Warriors tie it up. 2 runs off 1 hit. It was a 2-run home run by Garrett Freeman. There was 1 error and nobody left. We played 6. We're tied at 6. Back for more in a moment on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back in Moeller Field, we go to the 7th. Tie game, 6-6. And Bodie Waller will lead things off for the Lancers. 3, 4, and 5 here in the order for Mount Marty. Waller is 1 for 3. He had a 2-run home run his last time at the plate, and that was against starter Cole Hupke. So Tyler Dunham in his 2nd inning of relief brings the pitch home. And Waller's out in front and swings and misses for strike 1. No balls and 1 strike to Bodie Waller. Comes the wind and the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball in there for strike 2. 0-2. So now it gets to the point to where the coaches and the assistants get together and start strategizing what they're going to do the last 3 innings. The 0-2. That just missed off the corner. It's 1-2 as far as how the pitching staffs are concerned, as both teams are into their bullpens now. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Waller takes a breaking ball down and in. The count evens. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bodie Waller. Ryan Bachman is in the on-deck circle. Midland's out hit Mount Marty now 9-6. 2-2. Waller swings and hits this one in the air toward deep right field, and this is going to be off the fence. It's a fair ball. Will be picked up by Gomez. He'll quickly toss it back in, and that'll be a leadoff double for Bodie Waller. Boy, he's hitting the ball well in his last 2 at-bats. Waller turned on it, just couldn't elevate it enough, and he hit it about 3/4 of the way up the fence, about 10 feet in fair territory. So it'll bring to the plate the second baseman, number 3, Ryan Bachman. Bachman's 0 for 2. He's popped up to short, flown out to center, been hit by a pitch, advanced to second on a pass ball, and would later score on Ethan Wishon's RBI single. So now the Warriors need to chew up some outs here. Dunham's ready. First pitch. Just missed the inside corner for a ball. 1-0 to Ryan Bachman. See some light tossing of a baseball down in the Midland bullpen. 1-0 on Bachman. Next pitch from Dunham. Swung on, hit in the air toward right. Going back is Gomez. He'll make the catch. Tagging at second is Waller. He'll advance to third. And that's the first out of the inning. So Bachman with a fly out to right field gets Waller down to third base. So now the go-ahead run for the Lancers, 90 feet away. Villanueva comes in, wants to chat with his pitcher, Tyler Dunham, here briefly. Midland will put its shift on for Kiko Nunez, with Peterson, the shortstop, right of second base now. And Shea Bennett's going to come out of the dugout. So a trip to the mound here. I don't believe this is going to be for a pitching change here. This will be just to discuss things on how to pitch to Nunez. You're watching Midland Baseball on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. The final game of a 4-game weekend series between Midland and Mount Marty. 6-6 ball game here in the top of the 7th. Midland battling back from 5 runs down to tie it. And this is the scheduled 9-inning contest. Earlier today, Midland came from behind and won Game 1, 4-3. 2 home runs in the 6th inning. A 2-run shot by Connor Peterson put Midland in front, and although Mount Marty got a couple of base runners on in the 7th and got 2 runners in scoring position, Darius Blasingame closed it out for his 5th save of the year. So after that conversation on the mound wraps up, we'll resume play. Third mound visit for Midland. So here's Nunez, who's 1 for 3, an RBI single and a pair of strikeouts. Dunham's first pitch. It's going to miss low and away for a ball, 1-0. I am guessing that Dunham's going to try to pitch away to Nunez and see if he tries to pull the ball. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. On the outside corner, it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike to count here on Kiko Nunez. Next pitch, outside. 2 balls and 1 strike to Nunez. Now they're working on the third base bag, which all of a sudden has popped out of the standard. So they'll bring out a little grouting tool, which they'll be able to use and get some of the dirt out of there. And while they do that, Hayden Crawford will make sure the third base bag is back in its standard. So Kiko Nunez at the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike to count on Nunez. Here's the wind and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Off-speed pitch upstairs, and it's now 2-2. So Tyler Dunham trying to retire Kiko Nunez. Comes the 2-2. Swing, and it's a bouncer up the middle. Peterson's going to backhand it. He's going to try to throw home, and Sandstrom cannot get the tag down. The runner is safe. Peterson had to go from the shift to the right side of second base and try to make the throw home, which was the right play to try to cut down the runner. But the throw bounced, and Sandstrom couldn't field it off the bounce cleanly, and it's a fielder's choice and an RBI for Nunez. Scores Bodie Waller, and now Mount Marty is in front 7-6. So Nunez is down at first with one out, and Ethan Wishon at the plate. The pitch. Fastball for a strike. That's the play that you want to make. Even on that shift, it's a tough play, but when Peterson made the throw, just was on top of the baseball too much, and it bounced to home. Here's the 0-1. In the dirt. Good block by Sandstrom. Count evens. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. But what started everything was the leadoff double by Waller to start the inning. And the Lancers now back in front. Here's the 1-1. Good fastball from Dunham. It's in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Ethan Wishon. The pitch, the runner goes, swung on and pulled into left field, and that's going to be a base hit. Nunez around second, on his way toward third. He's going to think about scoring. The throw from left field coming in, and he will score all the way from first base. A unexpected hit and run that turns into an RBI double for Ethan Wishon, scoring Kiko Nunez all the way from first. And now Mount Marty has a 2-run lead. It's 8-6. Talk about pushing the buttons and making them work for Coach Josh Tishro for Mount Marty. You don't expect Nunez to take off and run, but he did there, and then Wishon delivered with the RBI double. So now 8-6 the score. And here is Shugo Kondo, the right fielder. He is 1 for 2 with a solo home run. Dunham's pitch. It's in there for a strike. No balls and 1 strike to Shugo Kondo. Ethan Wishon out at second. The hits are even now at 9 apiece. No balls, 1 strike. Next pitch. Swung on and foul back. So the count is 0-2. Looked like Dunham might have been a pitch away from getting to a spot where he could have been out of the inning, but Lancers deliver. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball high. So the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. Midland able to get 2 runs in the 6th to tie it, but the Lancers have taken those 2 runs back here in the top half of the 7th. Here's the 1-2. Swung on it, foul back. It stays 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I only have 8 hits for us. Is that what you have?
Yeah, should. Let's see here.
Or for guess, I mean for a guess.
Should be 8 hits for Mount Marty.
Okay, so that is
The 1-2. Swung on, hit in the air. Center field. Going back is LaCory, and can't get to it. That's a base hit. Wishon's going to try to score, and he will. 3 runs come across this inning. It's now 9-6, Mount Marty. Shugo Kondo with an RBI double. The 3rd double off of Tyler Dunham this inning.
go edits. Yep. Hits and type in 9.
And that's going to do it for Tyler Dunham as Shea Bennett is out of the bullpen, out of the dugout. So you'll see a new pitcher coming in here for Midland. We're in the top of the 7th. Mount Marty now leads it by a score of 9-6. We'll tell you about the new hurler when we return to MidlandAthletics.com and BSD and Live. Back to Moeller Field. Pitching change for the Warriors. Cody Kent comes into the ballgame. Sophomore from Ridgecrest, California. He replaces Tyler Dunham. Dunham worked an inning and a third of relief, giving up 3 hits, struck out 1. But he's given up 3 runs and is responsible for the base runner, Shugo Kondo, at second base as well. So Cody Kent, who actually picked up the win in relief of game number 1, we'll see his second activity today. Kent in game 1 today pitched an inning and a third, giving up a hit and a strikeout, and earned the victory. So Kent comes on with Midland down 9-6, and Vaughn Deming is at the plate, and Shugo Kondo's at second. Cody Kent's first pitch. Swung on and fouled back, out of play. No balls and 1 strike to Vaughn Deming. After Deming, it'll be Joe Goki. Very good response from Mount Marty offensively here in the 7th after Midland came back and scored 5 runs over the last 2 innings. A breaking ball that misses. And count evens here on Vaughn Deming. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. This ball game is eerily similar to game 2 yesterday. A lot of offense, a lot of runs. Here's the 1-1 pitch. It's in the dirt. Sandstrom able to keep it in front of him. And the count now goes to 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike on Vaughn Deming. Cody Kent, third pitcher of the game. Cole Hupke started. Then Tyler Dunham came in. The 2-1 misses. And the count now 3 balls and a strike. Jamestown and Doane split a doubleheader today. Jimmy's won the first one 10-1. Doane wins the second one 7-3. Here's the 3-1. Outside corner for a strike. It's now 3-2. Concordia playing at Dordt in a doubleheader today. Concordia won the first game 9-1. Next pitch, bouncing ball to Hardiman at third. He's got it. Fires across, and Freeman can't scoop it out of the dirt. It's going to be an errant throw on Hardiman. Third error on the Warriors. And the inning continues now with the runners at the corners. So that'll bring to the plate shortstop Joe Goki. Part of that Concordia-Dordt doubleheader earlier. Concordia won the first game. They lead in game 2, bottom of the second, 2-0 of that contest as well. Here's Goki showing bunt. That pitch is behind his head to the backstop. And that will allow a run to score. And Sandstrom can't find it. And they're going to throw the hands up here because I think the ball got pinned. It got pinned back behind the protective tarp behind home plate. So the Mount Marty base runner, Deming, went all the way to third. He's got to go back to second. The run scores. So it makes it 10-6 on that wild pitch. So Kondo scores, and Deming goes to second. The count, 1 ball and no strikes here on Joe Goki. That one just sailed on Cody Kent. One and 0 to Goki. Next pitch. Swung on and hit in the air to left, but it's pulled foul. And count evens. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. And now we're going to have a pinch runner for Vaughn Deming. Going out to run will be Christian Berry, number 33.
Entering the game as a pinch runner, number 33, Christian Berry.
So Christian Berry pinch runs here in the 7th for Deming. And Coach Tetro wants to get some speed out on the base paths and scoring position in case there's a base hit for another opportunity to score a run. 1-1 here on Joe Goki. Pickoff play out to second. Berry back in underneath the throw. That's a welcoming event if you've been sitting on the bench the entire game cold and all of a sudden the coach throws you out to second base. You get a lead. First thing that happens, pick-off play back to you. Makes you get dirty and wake you up really fast. Here's the 1-1. It's high. Now 2 balls and a strike on Goki. One point in this ball game, Midland was down 6-1. Battled back, tied it. But the Lancers with a big 7th there, they've scored 4 runs. 2 balls and 1 strike to Goki. Here's the pitch. That's high over his head. Now 3 balls and a strike. Cody seems to be overthrowing a little bit. See if he can settle in and still pitch within himself. 3-1 to the Lancer shortstop. Next pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 2. It's the count full here on Joe Goki. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Kent's got his sign. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 4. So Goki draws a walk. And this inning continues for the Lancers. Back to the top of the order. They'll bring up catcher Aiden Chang. Chang today has gone 1 for 2. Singled, and he's lined out to left. 4 runs in. The Lancers have runners at first and second with 1 down. Stretch by Kent. And the pitch. Down low, and it bounces away from Sandstrom. That'll be a wild pitch. Sandstrom's got to go all the way over in front of the Mount Marty dugout to pick it up. Second wild pitch of the inning, uncorked by Cody Kent. And now 2 runners in scoring position. 1 ball and no strikes on Aiden Chang. Next pitch. Swung on a foul back. Count evens at 1-1. If you're just joining us here today, Midland came from behind in Game 1 today, scoring 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th, courtesy of 2 home runs. The big one was a 2-run shot by Connor Peterson to put Midland up 4-3, and the Warriors held on in the 7th to win it 4-3. Here's the 1-1. Fastball for a strike. Count 1-2 on Aiden Chang. Mount Marty jumped out to a lead in this one. It was up 6-1, but Midland battled back, tied it, and now the Lancers responding with 4 runs here in the 7th. Infield in, the 1-2. Swung on and a bouncer to Hardiman at third. He's got it. His only play is across the diamond to first, and it's in time for out number 2. He backhanded it, and Barry went back to the bag to make sure he didn't get tagged off. So Chang bounces to third base for the second out of the inning. And now the Warrior infield can back up for the play here with 2 down as Will Gardner comes to the plate. He is 0 for 3. And the pitch on the way from Kent bounced in front, and Sandstrom able to block it. I'll tell you what, Cody Kent came in Game 1 in relief. Had good stuff, but here in Game 2, he's just bouncing the ball up by home plate. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 to Will Gardner. Next pitch from Kent. Outside. The count goes to 2-1. Gardner, the 9th batter to hit this inning for Mount Marty. Two balls and 1 strike to count on the Lancer center fielder. Next pitch from Kent. Swung on and hit in the air toward right. Off the end of the bat, though, Gomez will float back, and he's underneath of it and makes the catch for the final out of the inning. That's going to do it for the Lancers in the 7th, but they send 9 batters to the plate, and they score 4 runs and do it on 3 hits, 1 error, and 2 runners left on base. It is stretch time in Moeller Field. Mount Marty leads Midland 10-6. More in a moment on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Stretch time at Moeller Field. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Mount Marty now leading Midland by the score of 10-6. After Midland tied it up, the Lancers score 4 runs in the top half of the 7th. So this is going to bring Jake LaCory to the plate against Cade Sudbeck. LaCory is 1 for 2. First pitch from Sudbeck, and LaCory swings, and he hits it into center field. Diving effort. It got by the center fielder, Gardner, and will roll all the way to the fence. LaCory can really run. He's around second, and he'll be on his way toward third base, and he will hold up there with a leadoff stand-up triple. Gardner gave it a try, and he laid out, couldn't get to it, and lost his glove in the process. Shugo Kondo hustled on over to back it up, but had to pick it up on the warning track by the fence. So Jake LaCory triples, and a good start for Midland to be in the bottom of the 7th inning. For LaCory, that is his second triple of the year. It's going to bring up Josh Hardiman. Hardiman's 1 for 3. First pitch from Sudbeck. Hardiman takes it high for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to Hardiman with Hayden Crawford to bat next. Warriors in double digits with hits with 10. The 1-0 from Sudbeck. And a swing, and it's fouled off by Hardiman to the right side. Now 1 ball and 1 strike. The mindset for Midland here is just you got to chip away a little bit like you did earlier. 1-1 the count. Next pitch. That's outside for a ball. It's now 2-1. The positive thing for Midland is not only do you get that extra base hit to begin things, you've got the meat of the order coming up here, and that's where you want to see these offensive players really produce. The 2-1, and Hardiman fouled it off. The count evens. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Checking the Major League Baseball scoreboard, a couple days ago, the Orioles defeated the Rangers by a score of 11-1. They're in the bottom of the 8th at Camden Yards, and the Orioles lead the Angels 13-1. Here's a bounce pitch that's blocked. The count 3-2. So the point is that Baltimore's got some offense. Last year's American League East champion. 3-2 to Josh Hardiman. Sudbeck's ready. And the pitch. Hardiman swings and misses. Strike 3. So a strikeout by Cade Sudbeck. His second. And there's 1 down here in the Midland 7th inning. So that's going to bring up the designated hitter, number 37, Hayden Crawford. Crawford got the comeback rally started back in the 5th when Midland was down 5 runs. He hit a 3-run home run to make it 6-4 at that point. He's 2 for 3 in this ballgame. LaCory still over at third after the triple. And Crawford takes this pitch for a strike. No balls, 1 strike to Hayden Crawford with Devin Gomez to bat next. Sudbeck, the second pitcher for Mount Marty, after Zach Hagee went 5 1/3. Here's the 0-1. Crawford swings and hits this ball high in the air, deep left field. He's done it again. For the second day in a row, he has a 2-home-run game. Hayden Crawford, a 2-run shot to left field. It's 10-8. It was a no-doubter as well. Boy, he packs a punch. 10-8 now the score. Warriors kept the lead in half. And that might be it for Sudbeck. We're going to see a pitching change. So a new pitcher coming in for Mount Marty. We're in the bottom of the 7th. 1 out, nobody on. 10-8. Mount Marty leads it. New pitcher. We'll tell you about him in a moment on MidlandAthletics.com and BSD and Live. Back in Moeller Field, and a pitching change for Mount Marty. Coming into the contest is number 45, Miles Brown. 6'7", 205-pound senior right-hander out of Hollywood, Florida via Broward College. Miles Brown, no record on the year, a 6.35 earned run average, is making his 6th appearance. He does have a couple of starts. Brown has worked 11 and a third innings this year, giving up 13 hits, 8 runs, all earned. He struck out 7 and he's walked 8. So Miles Brown takes the ball from Cade Sudbeck. Sudbeck worked 1 full inning, gave up 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned, struck out 2, and gave up the home run just a moment ago to Hayden Crawford. So these two teams putting the offense together. And we'll bring up right fielder Devin Gomez. Gomez is 1 for 2, doubled back in the 4th inning, and he grounded out to short. 10-8 Mount Marty leads here in the bottom of the 7th. Brown into the windup in the first pitch. The breaking ball, it's in there for a strike. 0-1 to Devin Gomez with Alec Villanueva to bat next. The inning began when Jake LaCory tripled, and 2 batters later, Hayden Crawford hit a 2-run home run. His 2nd home run of the game. 1 ball and 1 strike here on Devin Gomez. Next pitch. Fastball outside corner for a strike. So the count to the Midland right fielder is 1-2. Brown's 1-2. Gomez swings, hits it to center field, and it drops in for a base hit. Devin Gomez, his 2nd hit of the contest. And now Midland gets the tying run to the plate. Still a lot of action to be seen here. We're in the bottom of the 7th, scheduled for 9. Alec Villanueva comes to the plate now. And Villanueva is due. He's 0 for 3. He's grounded into a double play, reached on a fielder's choice, and bounced back to the pitcher. Runner at first, 1 down. Brown out of the stretch. The pitch. Good breaking ball in there for a strike. 0-1 to Villanueva. Connor Peterson on deck. 10-8 Mount Marty leads here in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Midland won the first game 4-3. Lancers took both games yesterday, 5-2 and 10-9. Here's the 0-1. Runner goes. Swung on, bouncer toward third. Washawn's got it. He'll toss it across to first, and it's in time for the out. And Midland is able to avoid the double play by putting the base runner in motion. So Villanueva bounces out to third base for the 2nd out. Devin Gomez in scoring position. That'll bring up the shortstop, Connor Peterson. Peterson in this game is 0 for 3. He's reached on an error twice. He's also fouled out to the catcher. But you'll remember earlier today, in Game 1, he had a 2-run home run that put the Warriors in front 4-3 in the bottom of the 6th, and then Midland went on to win it 4-3. Here's the pitch to Peterson. Takes a breaking ball for a strike. No balls, 1 strike to Connor Peterson. If he gets aboard, we'll see Garrett Freeman next. Devin Gomez, the base runner, out at second. Miles Brown looking on to Aiden Chang for the signs here. Long look in. And now Brown is set. Next pitch. Floats and misses. So the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Connor Peterson. Warriors now have 12 hits. There's the stretch, the 1-1. Down low. And the count is now 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 on Connor Peterson. Devin Gomez out at second base. Brown wants another set of signs here from Chang. And now he will get set. The 2-1. That's high for a ball. So Peterson is ahead in the count, 3-1. 10 runs, 9 hits, 4 errors for Mount Marty. 8 runs, 12 hits, 3 errors for Midland. 3-1 the count. Brown's ready. And the pitch. Peterson takes it for a strike. So now the count goes full, 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Connor Peterson with Garrett Freeman awaiting next. See if Peterson can extend the inning. Brown's ready. And the pitch. Peterson swings and hits it back up the middle. Into center field, base hit. Around third base is Gomez, and he's going to score, and it's now a 10-9 ball game. Connor Peterson with an RBI single up the middle. Well, we've got ourselves a 1-run game again. That's going to bring up first baseman Garrett Freeman. Last time at the plate, Freeman hit a 2-run home run in the 6th inning. At that point, it tied the game at 6. Freeman's 1 for 3. Peterson the base runner at first. Here's the pitch by Brown, and Freeman takes a big swing and fouls it off at home plate. No balls and 1 strike. Kobe Sandstrom in the on-deck circle. Game 2 yesterday was a 10-9 score. Game 2 today is a 10-9 score. Brown is set. The 0-1. Breaking ball inside. And count now 1 ball and 1 strike on Garrett Freeman. Peterson down at first after the RBI single. Miles Brown, the 3rd pitcher of the game for the Lancers. The 1-1. Freeman hits this one back up the middle. Into center field, a base hit. Just over top of the bag. And now Peterson's going to go from first to third. And runners will be at the corners. Aggressive base running by Connor Peterson. Going the entire way. So Garrett Freeman singles. And we'll bring up the catcher, Kobe Sandstrom, but Shea Bennett's looking to his bench. He's going to ask for time here. Let's see what he does. We might have a pinch runner for Freeman. Yep. And it's going to be Tristan Mills. Tristan Mills will pinch run for Garrett Freeman at first base. So he runs here in the 7th. Puts runners at the corners. And Kobe Sandstrom will be coming to the plate. One-run game, bottom of the 7th. We'll see if Sandstrom can extend the inning. Mills is 1 for 3 on stolen base attempts this year. Peterson at third. Mills is at first. Brown's pitch to Sandstrom. That's in there for a strike. 0-1 to Kobe Sandstrom. Alex Lopez would be next. 10-9, Mount Marty with the lead. 7 runs have been scored this inning, 4 by the Lancers, 3 by the Warriors. No balls and a strike. Brown's pitch. Sandstrom takes it high. Count evens, it's now 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike on Kobe Sandstrom. Haven't seen Brown uncork a wild pitch yet, just saying. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Miles Brown's got really good size, 6'7", and he throws he's really good balance in the mound. Looks like everything is just flows easily as he brings the pitch toward the plate. Here's the 1-2. Mills goes. The pitch swung on and a bouncer wide of third. So the count stays 1 ball and 2 strikes. You'll see pitchers, the taller pitchers, it looks nice and easy with the leg kick and the drive, and the shorter pitchers look like they're fighting it all the time because it's so compact. Peterson at third, Mills at first. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Sandstrom. Here's the pitch. Down low, Mills off and going. He's down to second base. That will be a stolen base for Tristan Mills. He was off and going with a pitch. So 2 runners are in scoring position. And now Sandstrom can deliver. If he delivers a base hit here, it could put Midland in front. Brown trying to keep Marty in front. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sandstrom twirls the bat. Brown's ready. Here it comes. Sandstrom chops it foul. Stays alive. So the count stays put. 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Kobe Sandstrom. Midland with 14 hits here in game 2. Brown's ready, and the pitch. Sandstrom watches that one go high. Now the count full. It was very close to that wild pitch I was talking about earlier. 3-2 to Kobe Sandstrom. Brown looking into Aiden Chang for the sign. Brown now ready. Here's the 3-2. Sandstrom swings and hits this ball in the air towards center field. Gardner over to his left. He's underneath of it, and he'll make the catch for the final out of the inning. Well, the Warriors get closer as they plate 3 runs in the 7th and now trail by 1. In the 7th inning, 3 runs on 5 hits. There were no errors and 2 runners left. We'll go to the 8th, 10-9 Mount Marty on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back to Moeller Field. The Warriors will go to the bullpen once more as we begin the 8th inning. Mount Marty now leading 10-9. And Owen Kelly comes in the ball game, the sophomore right-hander out of Omaha Burke. He takes over for Cody Kent. Kent worked 2/3 of an inning, walked 1, and had 1 wild pitch. So Owen Kelly on for Midland. Kelly is 4-1 in the year with a 2.79 ERA. This is his 10th appearance. He does have 1 start and 1 save. Kelly has worked 19 in the 3rd innings, given up 17 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned. He struck out 24, and he has not walked a batter. And Owen Kelly will face the 3, 4, and 5 batters, Bodie Waller, Ryan Bachman, and Kiko Nunez here in the top of the 8th inning. Nate Reyes is now playing right field for Midland for Devin Gomez. Here's Waller, 2 for 4. First pitch from Kelly. Swung on, hit back up the middle, and a center field base hit. Waller is connected safely on his last 3 at-bats as he leads off the top of the 8th inning with a single.
Now batting, number 3, Ryan.
So brings to the plate second baseman number 3, Ryan Bachman. Bachman is 0 for 3. Flown out twice, popped up once. He's been hit by a pitch and also scored a run. 10-9, Mount Marty leads. We're in the top of the 8th. Owen Kelly now out of the stretch in the pitch. Fastball, and it's in there for a strike. No balls and 1 strike to Ryan Bachman. Kiko Nunez awaiting on deck. We saw Midland come back from 5 down to tie it, and then Mount Marty had quite a response, scoring 4 runs. This pitch is a slider on the corner for a strike. It's 0-2. Midland got 3 of those 4 back. And we'll see what kind of response Mount Marty has now. Here in the top of the 8th. 0-2 on Bachman. The pitch. Onside corner, called strike 3. Good cutter that hit the outside corner, and Kelly has his first strikeout. So 1 down. It brings up designated hitter number 60, Kiko Nunez. Midland puts the shift on with Hardiman shifting all the way from third over to right of second base. Runner at first, 1 down. The pitch, Nunez swings and misses. No balls and a strike. Nunez is 1 for 4 today. A single. He's reached on a fielder's choice. He's knocked in 2. Kelly's 0-1. Missed off. Ooh, called strike. Wade Spencer went down and got one, and Kiko Nunez looks at him and says, "Are you sure, sir?" Pitch looked like it was low and away. The Warriors will take it, though. No balls and 2 strikes to Kiko Nunez, throwing over to first, and the runner is back. I don't know how many batters will actually look at the umpire and say, "Are you sure, sir?" I don't know if that's exactly what would be said. Here's the 0-2. Swung on a foul back. It's now 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes on Nunez. Ethan Wishon would be next. Haven't seen the Warriors turn a double play yet. Ground ball at second base here might induce one. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Kelly challenged Nunez and strikes him out. 2 straight strikeouts for Owen Kelly, and there are 2 down here in the top of the 8th inning. So brings up third baseman Ethan Wishon. Wishon 2 for 4. He has hit safely in his last 2 at-bats. Single and a double. 2 runs knocked in, plus a run scored. There's a pitch down low. And it bounced away from Sandstrom. Throw on down to second, and it will not be in time. That's going to be a wild pitch charged to Kelly. That ball bounced in the dirt. So Waller gets out in scoring position. Waller slid awkwardly into the second base bag and gets up and grimaces just a little bit, and now gets ready to take his lead. 1 ball and no strikes on Ethan Wishon. Runner at second with 2 down. Kelly now ready. Here's the 1-0. Swung on and a bouncing ball right side to his left. Villanueva able to knock it down with the slide. Throws to first in time to get Wishon and retire the side. That's going to do it for the Lancers as they're held scoreless in the 8th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a runner left. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Still a 10-9 Mount Marty lead on MidlandAthletics.com and BSD and Live. We're back to Moeller Field in Fremont. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Still a 1-run ball game. Mount Marty leading Midland 10-9. And the Lancers will bring their 4th pitcher of the game in. This is number 8, Clayton Chip Chase. 6'3", 185-pound senior from Yuba City, California, out of Feather River Community College. Chip Chase pitched in the first day of the doubleheader yesterday. In Game 2, he pitched 1 inning, giving up 1 run, walked 2, and had a wild pitch. And Chip Chase will take over here, and he will be facing the top of the order for Midland. Lopez, LaCorey, and Hardiman. 10-9, Mount Marty with the lead. So Clayton Chip Chase comes in 0-1 in the season, a 3.52 ERA, making his 10th appearance. He has 1 save. He's worked 15 in the 3rd innings, given up 9 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned. He struck out 12, and he has walked 11. And he'll start off against Yalex Lopez. Lopez is 2 for 4 with a couple of singles and 2 runs scored. Chip Chase to the wind in the first pitch. Fastball outside corner, called strike. Aiden Chang yanked that glove back in to show it to Wade Spencer, and Wade Spencer bought it. No balls and 1 strike to Lopez. Next pitch. That's in the dirt. The count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. This is a very similar situation to game 1. Midland was down and came back and took the lead in the penultimate inning. Here's the 1-1. Swung on, and it's a one-hopper to third. Wishon's got it. He'll toss it over in time for out number 1. So Chip Chase is able to get the first batter out here in the 8th. 1 down, and we'll bring up the center fielder, number 14, Jake LaCorey. LaCorey is 2 for 3. Last 2 at-bats, he's singled, tripled, and scored twice. Here's Chip Chase with a wind in the first pitch, and LaCorey swings and fouls it back. No balls and 1 strike to Jake LaCorey. Chip Chase to the wind in the pitch. Fastball low and away. Count evens at 1-1. Yesterday, Mount Marty won 5-2 and 10-9. Midland won game 1 today, 4-3. Here's the 1-1. And out in front was LaCorey. Waves and misses. It's 1-2. This ball game is also a 10-9 score like game 2 was yesterday. 1-2 on Jake LaCorey. Next pitch. Outside. Count evens. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Midland softball team got a sweep today over Hastings. Warrior flag football dropped a 21-7 contest to Ottawa at Heaton Field today. The 2-2. Breaking ball called strike 3. Beautiful pitch. LaCorey could not pull the trigger. Clayton Chip Chase gets his first strikeout. And they're now 2 down here in the 8th. So that'll bring up third baseman Josh Hardiman. Hardiman's 1 for 4. Had an RBI single back in the first. Grounded into a double play, and he struck out swinging his last 2 times. Here's a fastball in the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. 1 strike on Josh Hardiman. See if he can't get on for Hayden Crawford. Here's the 0-1. Hardiman swings, and he hits this ball toward left, and it's going to be caught out in left field. Able to fall back and make the catch was Christian Berry for the final out of the inning. So Hardiman flies out, and the Warriors are turned away in order in the 8th, 3 up and 3 down. We work our way to the 9th inning. Mount Marty leads Midland 10-9 on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. We work our way into the ninth inning in Moeller Field of Game 2 of this doubleheader today. Mount Marty leading Midland 10-9. And the Warriors will go to the bullpen again and bring in Darius Blasingame, the fifth-year senior from St. Petersburg, Florida. He picked up the save in Game 1 today, working 1 inning, giving up 2 hits and striking out 1, his 5th save of the season. And he'll be facing the 7, 8, 9 batters, Shugo Kondo, Christian Berry, and Joe Goki here in the top of the ninth. Trying to keep it a 1-run ball game. The first pitch is in there for a strike. No balls, 1 strike to Shugo Kondo. Now, when the Warriors bat in the ninth, they'll have to score at least a run. It'll be Crawford, Gomez, and Villanueva, 4, 5, and 6 in the order. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Blasingame. Swung on, hit in the air toward right. Kondo puts a charge into it. Going back is Reyes near the fence, reaches up, and he runs out of room. It's gone, a home run. Shugo Kondo with his second home run of the day, of the game, and it makes it a 2-run lead. It's now 11-9. That ball just kept floating with the wind blowing the ball in that direction. Reyes just kept floating back, but he just ran out of room. Shugo Kondo homers. It's now 11-9. That is the second home run given up by Blasingame this year. Here's a pitch down low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to Vaughn Deming. Has re-entered the ball game as the left fielder. So he re-enters here in this position to bat. Now the count on Deming is 2 balls and no strikes. 2-0 the count on Vaughn Deming. And Christian Berry played out in the outfield, and now Deming re-enters back in his original position. Here's the 2-0. Pitch is in there for a strike at the top of the zone. It's 2-1. Big run there by Mount Marty. Shugo Kondo making it an 11-9 ball game. Here's the 2-1 pitch by Blasingame. Swung on and grounded towards short. Peterson off the third hop's got it. Fires it across to Freeman just in time to get Deming for out number 1. So Vaughn Deming grounds to short for the first out here in the ninth. It'll bring up the shortstop, number 29, Joe Goki. If you're wondering who pitchers of record are right now for Mount Marty, it is Cade Sudbeck. Here's the first pitch. It bounces in the dirt and goes to the backstop. It's 1-0. For Midland, the pitcher of record is Tyler Dunham. 1 ball and no strikes on Joe Goki. Next pitch. And is at the top of the zone for a strike. It's now 1-1. Goki today is 0 for 3. A strikeout, a couple of ground outs. He has drawn a walk as well. 1 ball and 1 strike to Goki. Next pitch from Blasingame. Good breaking ball in there for strike 2. So the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 out, nobody on. Top of the ninth, 11-9 Mount Marty. Lancers extending the lead on the second home run of the game by Shugo Kondo. The 1-2. Breaking ball is low. Count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lancers won both games yesterday. Midland snapped an 8-game losing streak to Mount Marty by winning Game 1 earlier today. The 2-2. Fastball called strike 3 on the inside corner. Goki caught looking, and Blasingame gets a strikeout, and they're now 2 down here in the ninth. So that'll bring the top of the order back to the plate. Aiden Chang, the catcher. Chang is 1 for 3. He singled in the 5th inning. And Blasingame looking for that 3rd out here in the ninth to try to keep it a 2-run game. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball inside, and that bounced and got the home plate umpire, Wade Spencer. So everybody will take a little bit of time here. Look out, 1 ball and no strikes on Aiden Chang. That's an empty feeling as a catcher. You're trying to protect the home plate umpire when you miss, and then it hits the umpire. You got to turn around and look at him and then have that sheepish look on your face like, I'm sorry. 1 ball and no strikes. Next pitch. Swung on and grounded foul up the third base side. The count evens. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Aiden Chang. My beloved Kansas City Royals lost today to the Minnesota Twins 5-1. It's going to be a long year. 1-1 to Chang. This pitch is way outside. They count out 2 balls and a strike. Other finals in the bigs today. The Brewers down the Mets 7-6. Tigers over the White Sox 7-6 in 10 innings. Orioles defeat the Angels 13-4. Guardians over the A's 12-3. 2 balls and a strike here to Aiden Chang. Blasting gains the next pitch. Fastball low, and it's now 3-1. As I mentioned, Twins over the Royals 5-1. Pirates defeat the Marlins 9-3. Tampa Bay over Toronto 5-1. And the Nationals defeat the Reds 7-6. 3 balls and a strike to Aiden Chang. Next pitch, outside ball 4. So Chang will reach, and once he gets there, he'll give way to Evan Bach to courtesy run for him again. And Bach will come out and run for the catcher for the 4th time today. So a runner at first with 2 down, and we'll bring to the plate center fielder Will Gardner. Gardner 0 for 4. Walked and scored in the first, but since then has flown out, struck out twice, and flown out a second time. Blasting gain out of the stretch. First pitch to Gardner. Fastball inside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. 11-9 the Lancers. After this game, Mount Marty departs home, and they will play Friday, hosting Dort. 0-1 on Gardner. Pickoff play to first, runner back. Midland will be back in action next Saturday. They'll have another 2-day, 4-game series, this time with Concordia, but it's home and away. 2 here on Saturday, 2 in Seward on Sunday. High fly ball, right field. This one's got some carry as well, and it is gone. Will Gardner certainly got some elevation on that pitch. Going back to the fence was Reyes, and he bunny hopped, but he wasn't going to be able to get to it. So Will Gardner hits a 2-run home run. 2 home runs this inning off of reliever Darius Blasingame. And now it's 13-9, the Lancers. So it brings up Bodie Waller, who is 3 for 5. A 2-run home run in the 5th, a double in the 7th, and he singled in the 8th. Blasingame's pitch. That is a little bit high, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. So now the hill gets even the climb up the hill gets even tougher for Midland in the 9th. The 1-0. It's high for a ball. It's 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes on Bodie Waller. Darius Blasingame looks into Kobe Sandstrom. Now the 2-0 pitch. Swung on, bouncing ball to Freeman at first. He's got it, and he will step on the bag himself, and that will end the inning. But plenty of damage done by Mount Marty's offense. 2 home runs in the inning, a solo shot by Shugo Kondo, a 2-run home run by Will Gardner. 3 runs total off of those 2 hits. No errors, nobody left. Last chance for Midland. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Mount Marty 13 and the Warriors 9 on MidlandAthletics.com and BSD and Live. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th at Moeller Field, and Midland trailing Mount Marty by the score of 13-9. 2 big home runs by the Lancers in the top of the 9th inning. A solo homer by Shugo Kondo, his 2nd of the game, and then Will Gardner with a 2-run shot, making it a 4-run cushion. So it'll be 4, 5, and 6 for the Warriors. Midland needs 4 runs to keep this going. Hayden Crawford, Devin Gomez, and Alec Villanueva against Clayton Chipchase, who's in position for a save. And it's Crawford who swings and hits this ball to left center field, and Gardner chases it down in the gap for out number 1. So Crawford flies out to center for the first out here in the bottom of the ninth inning. 1 pitch and 1 down. So that'll bring Devin Gomez to the plate now.
Now batting, number 3, Devin Gomez.
I think Reyes went in defensively earlier. Gomez re-enters. Yep, that's why Wade Spencer's writing things down on his lineup card. So Gomez re-enters, and he is 2 for 3. A single, a double, and a run scored. There's the wind and the pitch by Chip Chase. Fastball in there for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. 1 strike on Devin Gomez. Here's the 0-1. And it's going to be hit off the end of the bat, just left of the mound. Going to be a tough play. Wishon can't pick it up. That's going to be a base hit. That's a tough play because that was hit off the end of the bat with a lot of spin. And Wishon tries to charge it. And Devin Gomez will have his 3rd hit of the ballgame. So a runner aboard with 1 down. And it brings to the plate the second baseman, number 5, Alec Villanueva. Villanueva is 0 for 4. He's hit into a ground ball double play, reached on a fielder's choice, and he's bounced back to the pitcher and grounded out to third. Throw back to first, and Gomez back to the bag. 13 runs, 12 hits, 4 errors for Mount Marty. 9 runs, 15 hits, 3 errors for Midland. Yep, it's a Keno board out on the scoreboard. Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit toward right, and Kondo can't get to it. It dumps in. And the Warriors have a pair of base runners. Alec Villanueva singles to right field. So runners at first and second with 1 down. And we'll bring Connor Peterson to the plate. Now the tie and run is in the on-deck circle. Peterson had the heroics in game number 1. He hit a 2-run home run that put Midland up by 1 in the bottom of the 6th. Then Midland was able to hold on and win it in the 7th. Peterson is 1 for 4 in this ball game. First pitch. That's a wild one to the backstop. The runners will advance. Gomez down to third, Villanueva to second. So now 2 runners in scoring position. And the count on Peterson is 1 ball and no strikes. Clayton, Chip Chase, looking into Aiden Chang. Chip Chase now gets set. Here's the 1-0. And Peterson takes a breaking ball in the outside corner for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike to Connor Peterson. If the Warriors can get Peterson on, then it gets interesting. 1-1 the count. The pitch. Breaking ball low and away. The count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 on the Midland shortstop. Gomez at third, Villanueva at second. Chip Chase now set. Here's the 2-1. That pitch is low. 3 balls and a strike. Now, if you're in the Mount Marty dugout, you might be chewing on your nails a little bit. 3-1 the count. Chip Chase receives his sign. 3-1. Peterson taking the entire way, and it's a strike. So the count now full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Big pitch in the game right here. 3-2 on Connor Peterson. Chip Chase ready. Here it comes. Peterson swings and pops it in the air, foul territory, right side, and it is going to be just out of play. That foul ball keeps the at-bat going for Connor Peterson. Count stays full with 3 balls and 2 strikes. There are a lot of crooked numbers up on the scoreboard right now. That's college baseball. Any level of college baseball you watch, it's lots of runs, lots of hits, and a multitude of errors. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Chip Chase with the pitch. Peterson swings, and he bounces it back up the middle. It'll be fielded at second base by Bachman. He'll throw to first in time for the out. Throw back to third base, and just underneath the tag was Villanueva to keep the ball game alive. So it's an RBI ground out for Connor Peterson to make it 13-10. Villanueva is at third, and it brings Garrett Freeman to the plate. Freeman is 2 for 4, hit a 2-run home run in the 6th inning to tie it at 6, and then he singled in the 7th. So the Warriors are down to their final out here. Here's the pitch. Down low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to Garrett Freeman. Christopher Ortega's grabbed a bat, and he's in the on-deck circle. 1-0 on Freeman. 13-10 Mount Marty. There's a pitch down low. The count 2-0. It was a big out recorded by Mount Marty there to keep the tying run from getting to the plate. 2 balls, no strikes. Next pitch. Freeman takes a breaking ball for strike 1. 2-1 the count. We'll have to check here, but I think there's 16 hits for Midland. 2-1 here on Freeman. 2-1 pitch. Freeman takes a fastball low. It's the count 3-1. There we go. Yep, 16 hits on the Warriors. For the Warriors, that is. 3 balls and a strike on Freeman. He's trying to get on base. Chip Chase is ready in the pitch. Freeman takes a breaking ball, called strike 2 at the top of the zone. So for the second consecutive at-bat, the Warriors are down to their, well, now the Warriors are down to their final strike. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Garrett Freeman. 2 down, runner at third. Midland down 13-10 in the bottom of the 9th. Chip Chase is ready in the pitch. Breaking ball, missed. Ball 4. Chip Chase wanted that one, kind of readjusted his cap, hoped that he'd get the call, but doesn't. And it's a base on balls. That will put runners at the corners with 2 down. We're going to see for Midland a pinch runner. Chase Boogs will go run out of first base. So Chase Boogs is the pinch runner here in the 9th. And now Christopher Ortega grabs a bat. And the tie and run now comes to the plate. Ortega will pinch hit here in the 9th. He is a home run threat. So Christopher Ortega, batting .261 in the year. 2 homers, 4 runs batted in, will step to the plate. 13-10, the Lancers. Ortega takes a fastball for a strike. No balls and 1 strike on Chris Ortega. Ortega was the DH in Game 1 today and went 0 for 3. 1 strike on Ortega. The next pitch. Swings, and he hits this ball in the air to left field, and it will stay in the ballpark as it's chased down by Gardner for the final out of the ball game. Ortega got it up on the hands, and he flies out to center field for out number 3. And Mount Marty takes Game 2 of the doubleheader and 3 of the 4 games here this weekend in Fremont as they win this one by the final score of 13-10. For the Warriors in the 9th, 1 run off 2 hits. There were no errors and 2 runners left on base. Final score, Mount Marty 13, Midland 10. Back with the final totals when we return on MidlandAthletics.com and BSDN Live. Back to Moeller Field in Fremont, where the Mount Marty Lancers hold on to defeat Midland in Game 2 of this doubleheader this afternoon by the final score of 13-10. The Lancers had 13 runs off 12 hits, commit 4 errors, and strand 8 base runners. Starting pitcher for Mount Marty today was Zach Hagee. He was 5 1/3. He gave up 9 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned, struck out 2 and gave up 2 home runs. Cade Sudbeck picks up the win in relief. He's 1-0. Sudbeck worked 1 inning. He gave up 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned, struck out 2 and gave up a home run. Miles Brown pitched 2/3 of an inning, giving up 3 hits, 1 earned run. And Clayton Chipchase picks up a 2-inning save, his second save of the year. He gave up 2 hits, 1 run which was earned, walked 1, and struck out 1. Midland had a total of 10 runs off 16 hits, committing 3 errors and stranding 8 base runners. Starting pitcher for Midland was Cole Hupke. He goes 5 innings, and he gave up 6 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned, walked 2, struck out 8, gave up 2 home runs, and hit 1 batter. Tyler Dunham takes the loss. He's now 2-1 in the season. Dunham worked an inning and a third, giving up 3 hits, 4 runs, 4 earned, struck out 1. Cody Kent pitched 2/3 of an inning, walking 1 and had a wild pitch. Owen Kelly pitched 1 inning, giving up 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, and a wild pitch. And Darius Blasingame pitched 1 inning, giving up 2 hits, 3 runs, all earned, walked 1, struck out 1, and gave up 2 home runs. Mount Marty on the day offensively had a 1-for-5 performance from Will Gardner, who had 2 RBIs and a home run. Bodie Waller went 3-for-5 with 2 RBIs and a home run. Kiko Nunez was 1-for-5 with 2 RBIs. Ethan Wishon was 2-for-5 and knocked in 2. Shugo Kondo was 3-for-4 with 3 RBIs and 2 home runs in the contest. For Midland, Alex Lopez goes 2-for-5. Jake LaCorey was 2-for-4. Hayden Crawford went 3-for-5 with 2 home runs, 5 RBIs. Devin Gomez goes 3-for-4. Connor Peterson was 1-for-5 and knocked in 2. And Garrett Freeman was 2-for-4 with a home run and 2 runs batted in. But Mount Marty salvages Game 2 of the doubleheader and takes 3 of the 4 games over the Warriors over this 2-day set. And they win the last game of this one 13-10. So the Lancers improve their record now to 18-13 on the season, 4-6 in conference play. Mount Marty will be back in action on Friday when they host Dort in a 2 o'clock doubleheader. Midland falls to 21-9, 7-5 in the conference, and the Warriors are back in action next weekend. They've got a 2-day, 2-city series with Concordia. They'll play the Bulldogs at 1 o'clock next Saturday here at Moeller Field in a doubleheader, and then the following day they head to Plum Creek and Seward and take on the Bulldogs in a 1 o'clock doubleheader at Concordia University next weekend. So that's a look at what's coming up there. And those Midland baseball games next Friday, or beg your pardon, next Saturday, that will be our next broadcast of Midland Athletics coming up on next weekend. So I encourage you to join us for that. Other games going on today. The Midland softball team gets a sweep over Hastings today, 7-1 and 4-3. And then the Midland flag football team fell to Ottawa at Heatham Field earlier today by a score of 21-7. That's the home contest for Midland University sports here today. Doubleheader wraps up here at Moeller Field. Midland wins Game 1 4-3, but the Lancers take Game 2 by the final score of 13-10. That's going to wrap up our broadcast here today. Game 2 of this one, by the way, took 2 hours and 54 minutes. Until next Saturday, this is Rich Ray saying good evening